Oh, shoot. Hey, what's up, y'all? Rachel here from Forge Le Femme. Tonight, it's Sunday, January 18th, I believe. It's just going to be a chill, mellow night. I'm just hanging out, just kind of winding down. We got this polar vortex that's just kind of coming right in. And I did a lot of prep work for that, so I'm a little bit tired. And I'm just here to kick back, hear what y'all got to say, hear your thoughts, and questions. Drop things, of course. And that's where we're at. That's where we're going to be. So as you guys come in, I look forward to hear what y'all guys say. I always like chatting it up with you. You guys make me laugh. We have a lot of fun together. So yeah, that's where we're at. And I just got my everyday smoke, I guess you could call it. It's oh, and then there's my little dog. But these were hard to get for a really long time, like months. And for me, that's a really long time. But they were really hard to get. And I finally got some. I'm super stoked about it. So I got some now for a long while. My dog is on a tear out there. Okay. Oh. Must be the neighbor's dog out. She doesn't normally bark at really anything, but she's been a little cray-cray the past few days, so you know, it is what it is, be what it be. On tonight's sipper is, of course, water. I always have water. And Old Forester bourbon. This has been a really very good bourbon, to be completely honest. It's a very solid one. It's been, it might be the most consistent bourbon I've actually ever had. And so if you guys are looking for a good, steady bourbon, this is Old Forester bottom shelf. I actually have had their other tiers, all of them. And I actually like their bottom tier the best. And that's where I'm at with that right now. For a while, it was Old Crow 86, or Crow 86 as they're calling it, which it's not bad, but it's got a lot of impurities. But it's honestly, it's still a pretty good bourbon for what it is. And yeah, Old Forester though, that trumped it. I don't know why, but it did. Hey guys, I just tuned in. How's it going? Good. Hi, one. Hello. Having a kickback tonight and seeing if there's some of my regular and just hanging out. And Marshmallow Puff says hi. You know, when I think of Marshmallow Puff, I think of Ghostbusters, and that's just what comes to mind right now. I think of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And Sheriff Erna says, "What are you smoking?" This is a Maker's Choice Sweet. Pretty good stick too. Made in Dominican, hand rolled, no mold. It's my everyday smoke, I guess you could say. I get it off cigarbid.com. They're really good. And they're really affordable. Oh, hey guys, how y'all doing tonight on this Sunday night? Gonna repeat myself, just winding down. Normally I am just kind of hanging out, and I like Sundays can be kind of like a show and tell, and yeah, sweet tip. They'll do like a sweet tip on it, and like it's still like it's like a regular cigar, but just the tip end is sweetened a bit. It gives you kind of a little bit different experience, I guess you could say. A lot of things are bad for your lungs. I mean, living by a chemical plant is bad for your lungs. Living in the Motor City is bad for your lungs. I mean, living in New York City is bad for your lungs. Living in any kind of major metropolis, Manchester, England, that's bad for your lungs. And eat right, train hard, die anyway. You don't inhale cigars. How does it get in your lungs if you don't inhale? Explain me that one. If you inhale cigars, you have a very high tolerance to nicotine. Like, it is so high that it's incredible. Oh, go to hell? No, bruv, I'm a Christian. Alright, yeah, grandma smoke all the time. And are those shillelaghs? You know, that's funny you said that because yes, no, I don't know. Like, what is a shillelagh? Because when you ask the Irish, some will say it's a thumper, and then some will say it's a walking stick. I'll show you. Like, this one's 49 inches long. It's a good walking stick. Would I call it a shillelagh? Some might. And then, hang on. Where is it? Like this. Is this a shillelagh? Yeah, it's possible. But what is a shillelagh at the end of the day? I'm not really sure. I haven't found a definitive answer yet. I don't have my wee little shillelagh. That's my favorite one. I love it. It's a cute little guy. I want to give it to my nephew someday. I'll probably make him another one, but nonetheless, what did I do with that little thing? I've gone missing. Lately, I don't know. They're all woods that I get out of like foraging, and then like areas where there's like invasive woods. Like this is actually both of these are invasive. This is an invasive mulberry species to my area. I'm sorry, this is not invasive. I don't know what this is. I think this could be holly, but I'm not sure. And okay, so you live in Dublin, so you're familiar with sticks to a degree. Are you the one that asked me what a shillelagh was, and you live in Dublin? You live in like Dublin, Ohio? Oh, here's it here. But this is actually made out of invasive, called autumn olive. It's invasive to Michigan, where I live. And anyways, I got a shillelagh under my shoulder, and I'm heading to Tipperary, something like that. That's what it always reminds me of. Cool, real deal, whatever your name is. Do you like? So why do you tell others what to do? Like, I'm not sure I get what you're trying to tell me, or the point you're trying to make. Because a lot of people come on. It's always YouTube. You guys are always so weird about smoking on YouTube. It's a cigar. Shafran says, I wish I could see them better. I think yeah, my connection is potentially bad. Oh, hang on a second. That these are usually made from invasive species, but this one is an invasive species. It is autumn olive. And autumn olive in Michigan is invasive, and I think almost all of the United States. Live free, yeah, always live free or die, and that's the American creed. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah. Okay, so I think that my service might glitch out. It's blinking right at me. What's going on there, Mr. Node? I think that means bad connection. Oh wait, hang on. Let's try that. That might actually work. But here, what's this one? And it's still a bit broken. And then, oh, there we go. And then, I don't know if my service got better or not, but my service is showing the correct light. The white light, when it's the red light, it's the bad light. But this is the one, like I said, I'm not sure. I got this in Michigan, and we don't have trees like holly, rowan, hazel, and the one I can't think of right now, but there's like 4 woods in Ireland that are kind of a blonde that match this. The rings look like it and everything, and it's got nice weight to it. This has got some really nice heft. And I found this in the woods when I was foraging just after the arborist did some clearing, so I never actually knew what this was. And I let it season a good about 2 years. And this is my favorite stick I have truly ever made right here, to be completely honest. And as you can see, like I'm sitting on a stool, and this is just nice. Yeah, it is. Like I weigh 210 pounds. I don't know what that is in your system, but I can put all of my weight on this, and this is a beast, for sure. And I mean, to be fair, this is another, like I said, this is autumn olive, and it's the wood's a bit different. It's a bit more springy, whereas whatever species this is really stout. It's rigid, but this one's quite springy. I have another one that I made somewhere. What if I put that back in that? Oh, it's right here. I'll show you. So these actually came from the same, we'll say, shrub, bush, whatever you want to call it. These are both autumn olive. And this one's 49 inches as well, actually. It's the same height as the other one. And, oh yeah, you guys over there on TikTok. These are made out of autumn olive. These are some fun sticks to make. They're both made out of the same bush up in northeast Michigan. Actually, it's an invasive species called autumn olive, but you can see it's got, you know, the knobstick vibe going and stuff. And this one though, unlike the other one, it's light but it's springy, and I found I actually really like a light springy stick, and I found sky is the limit with, well, like anything, you know, and people, they can really get into a light and springy stick, or one that's like rock solid and stout and stuff like that. And do I know my craft? I have ideas on how it works. So hey, here's to the Irish Sunshine. In fact, it is the Irish and the Scottish of why America got whiskey. I'm drinking bourbon, and so yeah, fun fact of the night. Yeah, that's actually my thing. Is for the longer walks, I have found those couple of ounces, still, you know, those grams, they add up quick, and you know, heavier isn't always better for that. When you're like really out there trucking with it, every little gram, it does add up. I mean, like, I would say there's a reason when they go up in spaceships, they have to account for every single gram of weight. They might even go down to microgram. And at the end of the day, that's just kind of like, it does make sense. Everything adds up. You know what else is bad? Gianna Spalding, telling people what to do or telling them things are bad. You do not live in a chemical-free world. Go live in your bubble, Howard Hughes. I don't even know if you guys know who Howard Hughes is. I'm not sure how old you guys are. Every now and again, somebody knows who he is. Oh my god, YouTube is full of it. It's just facts. You know what else is bad? Being a jerk online, like you think you actually care. You don't actually care that I smoke. Let's like be completely honest. You don't care about my health. You don't care about me. You just want to tell somebody what to do. And it's what you guys do on the internet. Like, it makes you feel empowered to be like, I'm going to tell you what to do because I have no control over my life. Find a better hobby. You can just hang out and talk. And it's not just a fact. I mean, dude, the majority of the world smokes. No, you're just being annoying is what you're being. I don't know how to, I don't even know how to block you. I don't know how to block people on YouTube. I can't figure it out. So until then, you're just going to hang out. Well, we're going to hang out with Gianna Spalding. I do like your name, though, Gianna. That's not a name you see very often. When I think of Spalding, I think of Captain Spaulding. I don't know if you guys ever seen Devil's Rejects or House of 1,000 Corpses. I didn't like the first one. I did like Devil's Rejects, though. I thought House of 1,000 Corpses, that got a little too weird for me. I don't like when movies get demonic, and that one definitely got demonic. That was a little out of my wheelhouse, if you will. Oh, I make things. This is a spike hawk I made out of a ball peen hammer. The handle, I'm not sure how I want to finish it yet, so I scorched it, and then I sanded it. It's all ash, so that like exposed like the whitewood of it. And so I'm not really sure. I might actually hit this with some red. I think that's actually what I might do. I just got some red stain. It's like actually like blood red too. I was impressed with how rare it was. I might actually do the rest of this in blood red. But no, this is a spike hawk I made. Here's a spoon I made. I actually got it finished up. It's made out of some pear wood. Pear wood's really pretty, by the way. But I think I'm gonna give this to my mother-in-law as like a cute little stirring spoon. That's actually why it's on the bench, because I'm still working on it. Oh, and war clubs. I like making things out of wood. I made this. This is actually after what I believe to be Fijian paddle club. And this one's made out of ash. I think it's actually ash from an estate sale I got. But I'll show you. I actually got a real one from, I believe, like I said, Fiji. And the wood, I believe, is called Casuarina. And I will in a minute. And this is honestly, if you ever come across Casuarina, it's literally the heaviest wood I've ever held in my hand for what this is. Like this one versus this one. It's like, this weighs like almost 3 times as much as this is what I would actually guess. Like that's actually the difference. Okay, let's see. Let me move some sticks. Oh, I'll just check over there. Actually, okay, so this is like one of the coolest things I ever got. This is a dustpan broom combination. I don't know what it is. I could set this thing 10 feet away from me and I can never understand it. I will find a way to step on this, hit myself with it, etc. And is that a weapon? The only weapon is between your ears. As far as I see it, I just kind of hang out with it in my shed. Just like use it as a microphone sometimes. So I don't think that's really a weapon, you know? But hang on. But yeah, this, I love this thing. I will find a way to trip on this thing. I'm not sure what the deal is. I don't know why. It's starting to freak me out a little bit. I'm like magnetically attracted to this thing. Yeah. Oh, Gianna, you're laughing. Okay, so you do have a bit of a sense of humor and you've calmed down a bit. Welcome aboard. All right. I actually forgot this was in my hand the whole time I was walking around. Actually, that's not gonna work. I need to like find a place to keep these, or I don't know what I need to do with them. Yeah, I'll put them right here. But by the way, guys, how good am I actually coming in right now? Because I know you guys were saying it was a bit choppy. You got one of those in the kitchen. They're lethal. Do you sell them? You're only 13. You just believe what your parents told me. Dude, when I was 13, I didn't believe a lot of anything people told me. So, hey, rock and roll if that's you. That was definitely not me. At 13, I was rebellious. That's all I can say is rebellion. Do I sell them? Yes, actually, I do. I actually have my store link on the thing, on the description. So I'll show you. All right, cool. Crystal clear. Perfect. I have had the hardest problems out here, and I think I got it. Calm down. Shit. So here's my shop. I'll start here. All right, so this is my locker that I keep, like, random stuff in. I don't know, like tools and whatnot. And then this is, obviously, paper towels. That is a battle spoon I'm working on. I don't have any out here, per se. A little oven up there I use for tempering my knives. Let's see. Let's turn this way. And then all this stuff, those long things, those are all hand files. And I'll show you some more of that. And these are sand for, this is my 2x72 belt sander right here. If you guys ever seen a show called Forge Le Femme, this is what everybody went crazy about. I have one. It's amazing. I really do love having that tool, to be completely honest. But I do like using hand tools better than using power tools. And here's my mess of tools. I actually have a welder under here. Let me show you. See that green thing? That's a welder. That's a welding helmet that I actually won that on Instagram from the company that made my welder. I gotta cover it though so it doesn't get dust on it. And then this, let me get down with you guys. This is actually for my coal forge, like charcoal coal. This is something I need to go put out in my yard, in my forge, but it's been extremely cold, so I've not been out there long enough. And yeah, that belt sander is, I love that thing. But yep, this is going to be my outside forge. Well, both my forges are outside. Well, anyway, moving on. And then this purple thing is a heat treat oven. I'll show you. And you lower it, and you put stuff in there, and it gets extremely hot, and then you can make a knife with it. You don't forge with it, but you heat treat with it. Like I said, those are all my hand files, or some of them. Someday I'll tell you a story about those weird little dots. And this is one of my anvils. It's a stump of, what is this? Locust, black locust. Actually, I think this one's honey locust. But anyway, doesn't matter. This is a little anvil I have on it. That little anvil I got. Yeah, I make knives. Yeah. Bye, Janice Spalding. See, yep. I do make knives. I make knives. So, like I said, this is the heat treat oven right here. And this is just like what I put my things on, my sticks. I got a lot of sticks up there too. Those are actually all finished. And hang on 1 second. Yes, you don't want to do that though. We do live in America. And I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment, let me tell you. All right, so here's my anvil. Like I was saying, if you want a better look, I put magnets on it. I was testing some. If you put magnets on anvils, it can actually make it not so loud and like ring like a church bell. Hang on, see if I can get this out of here. I have to do two-hand this. Okay, this is actually a big spoon. I was working on something called a battle spoon. I have really big ones in the house that I gotta finish up. I took the night off on those. I was starting to lose my mind with it. So I'm doing just hanging out with you fine folks. Where's my cigar? How to get your ass kicked in a million ways. That's funny. Alright, we'll turn this. Oh, that's good. Is that really as good as it gets? Yeah, I think it might be. Let's see if I can turn this around a little bit. So. Let's just set this out of the way over there. Alright. So, keep going. And that is just what I have to block off that space for right now. And as you can see, I can't do orientation. Sorry, that got weird. But I got saws. They're just like a little bit of shop decor. And what's your name? I'm Johnny. Swedish originally, but lived in Ireland 20 years. I'm Rachel. And here's one of my anvils. Right here. That's just one. This is actually one of my babies. The one I have outside is 245 pounds. It's an antique Arm & Hammer. I believe they made them, I think they made those in Ohio, and mine's a 1933. If I get froggy enough, I might even go out there and show you guys. It's probably covered in snow. But anyway, and then, it's hard to see, but this ammo can right here, with that little hammer on top of it, that is a heat treat oil that you use for quenching your knives in. And, oh, come on, phone, don't do this to me. Stay bright, stay bright. There we go. But that's when you get a knife to that. Oh, they literally don't make them like that anymore. Actually, you know what? It's funny. There's a new way of making anvils that are actually doing really good. And they're actually blowing the old ones out of the water. And the best anvil company in the world actually just shut down recently. And they were out of Holland, Michigan, and they're called Holland Anvil. But, yeah, so anvil, baby, that's heat treat oil. That oil, I don't know if this makes any sense to you or matters, but it's called Parks AAA, which is kind of a gold standard. And then that tall black thing, that is also heat treat oil. That is another oil called Parks 50. And those are like the two gold standards to some. Let's see. This is the Kaching Dao I made when I was on the History Channel with the show Forge Le Femme. This was an untestable blade, unfortunately, but hey, it is what it is. You live, you learn. Actually, I'll show you guys something cool. This is a variation of a real Kaching Dao from, okay, better light. Well, that didn't do anything. There we go. This is a real Kaching Dao from Burma, Myanmar, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure they know what to call it these days because it's in a very sad state, but hey, it is what it is. And then I got all my steel and stuff back there. But yeah, there's anvils of today are really good, like really good. And it's kind of wild how technology can catch up or surpass a craft that is like so time honored. And those anvils are actually one of them. Trying to get into, what do you mean trying to get into your shop? And let's put this guy back. Actually need this in. Why is this still in here? Milk crates. I don't know if you guys, I don't know about you, but I always keep a few of these. Like, when you need them, it's like you don't have them, and when you don't need them, you just got tons of them. Right now, I only have like 3, but they take up a lot of space. So I don't really know where to put this right now. I think I'm just gonna put it back where I got it. What's a good age to start smoking? I guess it depends on what country you're from. In Southeast Asia, they're all about smoking at like 5 years old. Go ask them. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was a kid that made it to the news that was in Thailand, and he smokes like 2 packs of cigarettes a day, and at the time he was like 3 years old or something. Completely bizarre story to hear, but it is actually true. Sheriff says, "Have you always been interested in crafting stuff?" Yes, absolutely. It's just I don't know what it is. It's just one of the things you feel drawn to, and that was one of them things. And it's not even so much like we'll say crafting, but using my hands in some way, and creating things. My mom's side of the family, actually both sides of my family are very artistic, and it was one of them things that just kind of like stuck with me. Because like my grandma, she'd like be drawing like these really beautiful pictures for like one of my sisters, because I come from a fairly big family, or like one of my cousins, and she'd just be there drawing like with like a very dull crayon that we like broke in half, and she would draw these really beautiful pictures. And then I have another cousin who is just absolutely gifted. That girl can draw some very beautiful things, and she is just an artist to the bone. Like when you see that girl, when you talk to her, you just go, "That girl's got to be an artist." And my aunt, she's the same way actually. And my aunt actually used to make a living selling her paintings back in the 70s, I believe it was 1970s. And hang on, I got some strange stuff going on here. Okay, all right, we're good, and we're back. Oh, but Tilly, I don't know how to say your name. Hi. What the heck was that? All right. Okay. Couldn't copy your link. Trying to get into your show. Oh, I see. So I had to type it. Messy when you're naturally lazy. So it's not working. That's good to know. I need to look into that. That's unfortunate. I'm still really new to technology. At this point, I guess you could say it's an excuse. Technology and me, we just like miss each other. So that's good to know. Thank you. By all means. Awesome. You've got quite an audience now. I gotta go, but subscribe. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pretty late in Dublin right now. You guys are 5 hours ahead of us, I think. So it's gotta be close to like, oh God, I don't know, like 1 a.m. And how often do I stream? I actually try to stream every day, but I don't. But several times a week. And usually around 2:30 p.m. my time, Eastern time, and then usually 7 or 7:30 Eastern time p.m. as well. And that's my usual times. Okay, yeah, 1:13, that makes sense. Yeah, it's 8:13 on my end. But yeah, I usually I'm around those times. Sometimes I go live twice a day, not always. I'm going to be finishing these battle spoons here soon, and I'll be working on some new projects, and I'll actually start making videos. But yeah, hey, have a great day at work tomorrow. Hey, the start of the week is tomorrow. Shanta. Okay. Yeah. I think I'll move this. Where am I gonna? It's so damn heavy. Okay. Oh, I'm already restricted on TikTok. TikTokers, how's it going? Where are you guys from? I don't know how to pronounce it. Fortunately, I don't read Cyrillic. But I do need some hydration. I'm smoking my daily cigar right now. And actually, I'm going to go over to Instagram. So if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I am actually same name, Forge Le Femme. Come join me over there. Why not? Let's see if there's anyone kicking around over there. Cheers, y'all. Okay, I think I got that figured out. Okay. And then we'll go there. Sunday night chill. Let's do it. Let's see. It's 8:15. I'll be live until we'll see what happens by 8:30. If nothing, I'll be out of here, and I hope you all have a fantastic night. You know, the thing about being live is you don't ever want to have dead air, and it can be a little bit difficult. And a way to get around dead air, I've learned, just see what's around you and start talking about it. And this is one of my favorite things right here. Hang on. My phone keeps dimming. Here we go. Need you to just stay bright. That's all I want. Just stay bright. Bright lights. Actually, my phone is kind of low right now. That one's on 8%. Where's my other data line? Let's do this. I think I got my internet problem fixed with the help of Sheriff Erna. That's so funny. And then what does she have to say? Oh my. Let's go this. Okay, and I'm back. Only been live for about 30 minutes. I just realized, like, my left hand is all bandaged up, and that was done with the of this guy right here. I tell you, these are handy tools. It's called a Shinto rasp. It's made in Japan. Well, I guess we could. Oh, it doesn't really matter. But it's called the Shinto. It's made in Japan, and this thing, it got me here real good, and it got me on my thumb real good. The one on my thumb, that actually really hurt. And I usually wear a glove. That day I was really going at it. And I just like wham right across my thumb, and it it hurt. It started bleeding pretty quickly, and the pain just started like, it actually kind of dropped me. It was unfortunately very painful. God, it's crazy how I normally have so much to talk about. And tonight I'm only just kind of, keeping it real mellow. And, yeah, actually I need to get this drilled. So I do a lot of free metal groups, like Buy Nothing. And I came across one that was pretty cool. Or a free listing, I guess you could say. And, oh, I don't want that to live. I want that to be deleted. Oh, spaghetti goes. I'm going to have to work on it now and wait until see if that gets loaded. If it does, I'm going to have to delete it because I don't want that one. Let's see. Let's go back to the ticker talks. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome aboard. I'm just getting live on TikTok right now. And I'm just kind of hanging out tonight. Normally I'm working on something. I might even start doing this like every week. It's kind of fun. Hang on, let's get this. Oh my god, let's show the little shillelagh. Where are you coming out of tonight? Make an ugly face. Why not? That's a really ugly face. Like when you have to make an ugly face, I just made like that ugly face your mom does not want you to make for pictures. That's the one I just made. That was bad. That is embarrassing. That just made my whole night to make something that completely ridiculous and that unattractive. But the best part about it, it's all fun and games. At least to me it is. I mean, you just can't be too serious about life. I have known people in life that are very serious, and I used to be one of them. It was, oh my God, serious about everything. And at the end of the day, what would you do, Bezel? What does it all mean? Like, what are you so serious about? What are you trying to get across? I mean, unless it's like you're in a high stakes, business deal or something, or I don't know, even trying to propose, I think should have some humor in it. And I just, I was too serious for too long, and I'm a lot happier now that I'm not. Let me tell you, I was just so mad all the time, and it's unfortunate to be just mad. And what was I mad at? Everything. You could tell me the sky was blue, and I'd say, no, that's Robin's egg blue. It's not quite blue. And it's, I don't know. I'd be looking at the grass, and they'd say, God, you got a nice lawn. I'd say, nah, it's okay. It's just crap. Like, what was I mad at, and why? Why do we get Why do us as humans get stuck in just a perpetual state of just anger? You know what I mean? I just don't get it. Oh, TikTok's going to hit me for smoking in the workshop. Yeah, we'll just kick him off to the side a little bit, and TikTok can only see half my face. There you go, TikTok. Where are you guys at tonight, though? I'm Rachel. I'm out of Detroit. I don't even have. God, normally I have more going on, but not tonight. Nope, it's just hanging out in here, taking it easy. That's actually really it. Where are my shillelaghs? Where are my walking sticks? I got shillelaghs and walking sticks. 8:20. Oh, hello, TikToker. Hello, where be you from? Mussolini. Levi White says hi. Hello. How are you? Where are you on? Yeah, it is. Oh, I think we're back online. Hey guys, how's it going? My internet can be a bit dodgy out here. I don't know why, but it can be. And yeah, that's all I got for now. I think it's because my door's shut. It's because it's so cold outside. Is this actually got any grinding done in it? That must have. No, I don't think it has. Wow. Well, hello, newcomer. Or if you're still hanging out. I don't know. I never see the names who joins, so I never actually know, like, who I'm talking to, that kind of thing. And who am I talking to, or who's hanging out over here in TikTok? Looks like Dennis Mahoney. Mahoney? What was that movie? Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. And Mahoney. He always said, Mahoney. If you've never seen the movie, it's pretty good. And I started this live tired. I'm still tired. Every now and again I get a cool new tool. And I do have some pretty cool new tools, don't get me wrong. Like, these are pretty cool tools. And I call them tools because they are. These are headhunter swords, but they're also machetes. I'll show you guys over in TikTok. These are out of Myanmar, Burma at the time, made by the Burmese. The Kachin, actually, from Burma. And so not the ones that put the rings on their neck. Those are the Karens, Kareen, I can't remember how to pronounce their tribe. Well, yeah, that's some of my show and tell. And then we have someone else hanging out on TikTok. And I'm just over here sipping on bourbon. Anthony Tartaro, do you snore when you sleep? Not usually, no. Sometimes, but not usually. Usually. The Vulcan in the Wild. Hello again. We meet. You know what's funny is after we chatted, it was just 2 days ago. I think 2 days after. Yeah. Anyway, someone was talking about cold smoking salmon, and I was just like, I just talked about that recently. That was actually pretty funny to say the very least. Because like I said, in my world, my mind, I had cold smoking as like different than what you explained it as. We'll just say that. Actually, I smoked some Polish sausage today, and it wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong. It was actually pretty good at the end of the day. But I didn't have cherry wood. I didn't have cherry. I didn't have apple. I didn't have pear. I did it entirely with oak, and I think a bit of ash. And there could have been like a sliver of apple in there, but it was actually pretty good. But it tasted more like an American sausage. I mean, I don't know. It just tastes like sausage, but it didn't have like that Polish vibe to it at all. How's this? How's the spoon? The spoon is sitting on hold right now. That's why I'm just sitting out here with nothing, and I actually got my regular eyeglasses on and not my safety glasses on. And then be lion. whatever your name is, 986 says, hey, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Um, but yeah, no, the spoon, it's very close. I got to do a little bit of wood filler in a couple spots where there's a little bit of tear out, and then I'll be not too long from now, I'm going to be staining them. And one of them, the one I'm keeping, I think I'm going to do some colors on it. Oh, Beeline, you hate ice, dude. You know what? I'm with you. Today I was snow blowing my driveway, and there was a couple spots that because I didn't snow blow it soon enough, so I had to drive over it a couple times to get out of the driveway, turned it into ice. That was not fun. That was really, actually, it's still kind of thick, but I got enough like salt down. I want to be able to push it away probably tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. We got some cold weather coming, and it's just going to get a whole lot icier here where I live. You know what? I want to have me a shrew bomb here. Can't wait. You know, funny thing about that is I was actually hoping to, I was like, this coming week, like a couple weeks ago, like, all right, this week I'm going to be able to do it, like 2 weeks from the time I was doing something. And then this polar vortex coming in. And so I'm like, okay, maybe not. Because it's outside. And yeah, like I've been really thinking about like reimagining my workspace to get a cold forge in here. I just don't know if I don't know if it'll be legal. I'll be completely honest, but I still might try. I actually still might try. And Beeline says, you know, miss, I don't know. What should I know? There's a lot of things I know and a lot of things I don't know. It is a cigar. Saddle snaps, and well, it's a cheroot technically. Cigars have it goes like wrapper, binder, filler. This is just wrapper and filler, and the filler is actually pipe tobacco. And Balkan Bao says that would be sick to see a shop revamp. Honestly, I like I said, I've really thought about it, and I agree. I don't know if my ceilings are high enough or what. Like I almost think I could do it like right. I can't. It doesn't make sense to show you on camera. But like the center of the back wall, and I almost think that could work. And if I could actually put it there, it would actually turn this shop around in a really cool way, I think. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, like, basically the sky's the limit. The only thing holding you back in life is yourself, to a degree. I mean, just, nature of the beast. And Saddle Snap says, I dig crushed ice. I love crushed ice. When I was a kid, I used to like going to, what the heck was it, Denny's restaurant? And they always had crushed ice. And they always put that well, when I was a kid, I drank Mountain Dew. I don't drink Mountain Dew at all anymore. I don't drink anything with caffeine. But yeah, I like crushed ice. I appreciate that. Actually, speaking of your history with cold smoking, do you have Old Forester, rocking in the free world? Actually, since you like food, Balkan, I'm gonna call you Balkan. Hang on, I turn off my phone turned all black and white on me. Oh, what is that? Okay. Anyway, yeah, no, I really like Old Forester, but since you like food, you might enjoy Scottish whiskey sauce. It is seriously very good. It's one of the most amazing like sauces I've ever had. Like I guess you could compare it to like gravy, like potato gravy almost. I don't know how to explain it. And actually funny, guess my first name. Well, like you said, you are wait. You just played into something I said. The hell would I guess your name is? You're not named Scottish, are you? That'd be a wild name. I got some really stupid names coming to mind. But Scottish whiskey sauce is really good, and I've actually found with bourbon, it can be better than it is actually with like Scottish whiskey, like Scotch. And my favorite Scotch to make whiskey sauce with is actually called Ardbeg 10, which is it's like a campfire. It's amazing. But yeah, yeah. Yep. Nope, we talked about him. Nicola. It would have to be. Archduke. The only other Croatian I know is named Victor, and he's half Armenian, so I don't know if it came from being Armenian or Croatian. So Nicola, I had a teacher in junior high, and she pronounced his name Nicola. So is it Nicola, Nicola? I actually never knew how to pronounce the name like correctly. So like when she said Nikola Tesla, and I was just like, I called her out as being wrong. I didn't know if she was wrong or not, but I'm that kid. I was that kid growing up. And the first one, okay. Oh, she put like the inflection on it, and this inflection was straight up like Spanish, which Croatia is Slavic, and they don't really have like the inflections like the Latin languages do. But you know who does? The Albanians. That language was wild to hear, spoken very common. You might not be Russian, but you are a Slav. I mean, I'm Polish, partly, just a smidgen. Actually, I'm about half. But yeah, they got those inflections. That's for sure. When I'm on TikTok, I get these very interesting bots, and it's always like in Korean, and I don't understand it. And it always has like a bunch of numbers, and all they do, and because like I said, I'm not very tech savvy. All they do is make like emoji after emoji, and I don't have a clue what any of them mean. And it'll be like happy face, sad face, and then it'll be like a shell, and then they'll have like a flower, and then happy face, and then they'll do like a flag, and then they'll do like a shell. Lucifer, Lucifer. Did I have a good weekend? It was very busy. Actually, it was busy with a lot of recovery. Like my muscles are so fatigued because I'm not accustomed to just like handstand for like hours at a time, and like rasping and all that stuff. So it's been a really good weekend. I hope you guys have actually also had a very good weekend, to say the very least. So you heavy Polish, Spanish, and Croatia. That's a long way to go for both of them. So I changed my name. I grew a heart. Lucifer, don't sue me no more. Dude, rock and roll, dude. Okay, Vulcan says this channel's pretty dope, Summon Chill. Thank you. I you guys crack me up. I gotta say, like it is a lot of fun to just hang out sometimes, kick back, especially working on things and like having someone to like ask. You guys ask some really good questions, and like my whole pursuit in life, I swear, is to just gain data. Like my girlfriend calls me Johnny Five. I don't know if you guys ever seen the movies, the short circuit movies with Johnny Five, but he'd always go, need more input, and he'd like go da 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 da, and go through a book and go, input, need more input, and then da 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 da, and he'd like flip through the pages at like 100 miles an hour. That's what I feel like half the time. Lucifer. I gotta figure out how to say your name better. Crazy weekend. Grandpa's in the hospital, but he's stable. That's good to hear, man. I do gotta say, I spent a lot of time in the hospital. I have a adrenal condition called Addison's disease, or a variation of. So I spent a lot of time in the hospital, and I grew an affinity for hospital tape. The smell of hospital tape. I love the smell of it. I can't explain it, but it helps me like because I've been in the ER a few times for the condition I have over the years, and like even as an adult, I smell it. I'm just like, okay, I can go to sleep now. I don't know why. It's like the Sandman's like sand. These things go out so easy sometimes. Yeah, the second you stop learning, you become a dummy. I do agree with that. That is a fair. My great grandfather had a saying, and I wish I could remember. Oh, his saying was, "You're never too old to go to school." He was an engineer, and let's see. So we got the Bucket in the Wild says the second you stop. Oh, yep, yes, this is very true. And Lucifer, what is that? Does it impact your life? Bad. Addison's disease is so there's something called cortisol. It's a hormone that your body makes. Now here, what do you do? Section 52. What do you just hang out? You just chill. That's it. You just have a good time. So what does it do impact your life? I don't create cortisol. It's the hormone you have for stress. Like stress can be like really happy, really sad, getting injured. Like small injuries can like drop me really hard. Like I don't know if you were online when I hit my hand here and my thumb with my rasp, but when I did that, that actually wiped me out really bad. I needed to get extra medicine because of that. And when you start losing or cortisol, testosterone starts rising. It's a whole crazy thing, but I don't make cortisol end of the day. Um, it starts from the pituitary gland though in the brain. At least my version does. Nancy says better than sleeping pills, right? Yes, it is better than sleeping pills. I've never taken a sleeping pill once in my life though. These are supposed to be. So these are diamond strike anywhere matches. I don't know if you guys ever like use these. I used to be like a fan. Like these are the matches I used to get, and I still get diamond brand, but I don't really get strike anywhere matches for a couple of reasons. One of them is they don't stay lit very well. Honestly, they like. Why is it like? Will it stay lit? All right, you can see. Nope. See. And these are supposed to be like the gold standard of matches. And another reason I don't like them anymore, I had these from about a year ago actually now, sorry. Okay. What is going on with these matches? Okay. I got a little bit. So the reason why I stopped getting these and why I'm like burning through the stock I have is that little white tip on the end. When you strike them anywhere, it doesn't matter if you strike them on the box. That little tip comes off like a little red hot ember, and it'll burn through whatever the heck is underneath it. It's burned through jackets, pants, and I didn't even realize it was doing that for the longest time. And well, it does, and that sucks because I really liked some of the clothes it's destroyed and made them into work clothes. Okay, and Lucifer says, interesting, so you don't feel stressed like the general population. Correct. The way I feel it is certainly different. I've been told I have an underwhelming response to things sometimes. It's kind of bizarre to witness, to be completely honest, like really messed up situations I've been a part of. Well, we'll say like car accident situation like that. And I don't like have that like panic response. My body is crashing. Don't get me wrong, and I think that's why I don't have that response. It's something. It's a thing. But yeah, like I've been told I have an underwhelming response to things at times. Lucifer says, yeah, that white tip is white phosphorus. They use that in bombs sometimes. Hey, if it makes fire on a little thing, if I can grab one, I can't make fire on a big thing. But I did not know that. That's actually pretty cool. The only thing I know about firepower at the end of the day is like, and we'll say the explosive sense, and it's not even explosive. It's just unstoppable. Is depleted uranium, which my favorite airplane ever, the A-10 Warthog, 30 millimeter round depleted uranium can blast through anything. That is just how cool an invention of humans. I mean, hey, we invent some crazy mean stuff. Okay, and then Small Bust Stuff Marley. I don't know how to say your name. I did my best. You look captivating, dear. Thank you. Nastaravia. Okay, then Nancy says, can't be a good thing that you don't panic and you don't freak out. Excuse me if that's an ignorant question. I'm just not sure. No, you're right. Actually, that's a fair response. Because my fight or flight is actually affected. I don't want to say hindered or accelerated, but it's hindered. In a lot of ways, it's actually been beneficial because I don't freak out and panic. But there's those times where freak out panic is helpful, and I didn't do that, and I kind of stayed rooted to the spot. So it can kind of go both ways. Blessing in disguise sometimes. And Lucifer says, I used to watch a lot of educational stuff as a kid. Discovery Channel was my favorite. Oh my god, Mythbusters. Yes, dude. I actually get, what is it? It's Discovery Life or something like that through Amazon, I think it is. I actually get that so I could watch like Dirty Jobs is my favorite show of all time on the reality aspect, I guess, because King of the Hill is my favorite show of all time, actually. But yeah, I definitely do. And then Fuck Congress says, hey there, sorry to bust in. What are you working on tonight? I am working on a cheroot and a glass of bourbon. Tonight is just a Sunday chill, a kickback, and that's literally it. Just me and you guys that have been hanging out with me and asking me fun questions and making the crazy nights that I've been having more fun. That's it. This is just a night to talk to you guys. That's it. Lucy Potter says, Nastarovia, yeah. Polish is funny. We don't really have a direct word for cheers. Nastarovia translates to your health, for your health. Well, we chug down vodka. I love vodka. I don't drink it much anymore, but I do. It goes down too smooth. That's my problem with it. I did not know you were Polish, though. Hey, I have a Polish eagle tattoo. I'm Polish heritage. My family is the hell. One side's from Krakow. That's all I know. And Balkan in the Wild says you can keep your head on straight at all times. Sort of, to be completely honest, sort of. It's kind of wild how level I can be in really scary times, or really emotional. Emotions actually are the greatest crux of those with Addison's disease. It crushes us unlike anything else. Nothing even comes close. Not even injury, but heartache, really excited happiness drops us into the ground. Okay, Funkar says, nice, enjoy the evening. Hey, likewise, for sure. And hey, I don't know where you guys are in the world right now, but in Detroit, we're getting some mean weather coming in, and it's going to be going down to some really cold weather here soon. And you can feel it out there. I can feel it in here. Like it's almost 50 degrees in my workspace. I think it's like 48, and but like it's just like you can feel a difference. Like even inside my house, like when it starts to really trend low, you can start telling there's something coming in. It is coming in. Alright. And the Balkan of the Wild says, what's the Forge you use? I use both propane and I use solid fuel. And solid fuel means like I burn charcoal, I burn coke, I burn coal. Some have actually used corn, apparently, like hardened corn that you like give to your horses or cows or whatever you feed them to. I don't know exactly what eats corn. Deer. I know deer like corn. And Lucy Power, Chicago. Yeah, yep. Okay, Chicago's. You guys are getting it right now. I'll be getting it in a couple days. And you guys get some pretty wicked weather off Lake Michigan, actually. But yeah, so you're from Chicago. We call ourselves Detroit Polish. So yeah, hey, here we are. Buck in the Wild. Yeah, we got snow in Connecticut. Yeah, you guys got some mean weather coming your way about 2 weeks from now. We're getting it next week. And I actually was in Connecticut. That's a really cool state. I think Connecticut's in New England. I've only been there once, and I did like kind of a trip through it with my girlfriend. Like it was like 4 or 5 days, and I really did like Connecticut. And the interesting thing about Connecticut was it's not the world I thought it was. Like it was really far out. Like Detroit, you go through, you see like I don't know, auto industry. But you go through Connecticut, especially along the coast, and it's all like fisherman stuff, like traps and whatnot, depending on whatever they're fishing for. And that was really far out to sea, because it was such a culture shock to us. Because we're in Detroit, we have all this like water. We don't we have fishing, but not like you guys do. Not even close. Font Congress has 48. That's pretty nice. Lisa Pedersen had to drive to Sam's today, $450. I don't know what Sam's is. Everything is so expensive these days. I'm guessing Sam's Club. Yeah, things definitely ain't cheap. I'm a big fan of minimalism, including like the cooking, eating, etc. And I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying like my vibe. Like I love rice, beans, cheese, that type of thing. And then over on TikTok, someone says, "What's good?" I'm just hanging out, man. You're hanging out with me. That's it. We're just having a chill Sunday night. And my shroot keeps going out. Like this is bad. Oh, stay lit. Oh my gosh, it might pull through. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. There's a little flame. Come on, little buddy. There we go. Okay, hang on a second. Alright, so Buckner West says, where'd you go? I thought I had this better service. I guess it did not. Yeah, and then Lucifer says, Lake Effects, no, it's something else. When it snowed a month ago, we got like 3 feet in 2 days. Yeah, the week after it was 58 degrees, everything melted. Yeah, you might have a friend that's, so in Michigan, I don't know if you know this or not, we actually use this as our map. I got a friend that's over here, and that's obviously not far from you. And they would get like 2-3 feet of snow. They get like upper peninsula Michigan weather in the lower peninsula, and they get smoked with snowstorms. It was wild. And then the Balkan of the Wild says, I actually was a lobsterman for about 8 years. No kidding. They covered that on Dirty Jobs. And that is a very interesting trade. I saw that the movie Perfect Storm, and I know those guys were fishermen and whatnot, but it just always made me wonder. And Deceiver says, "Where are you from?" From Detroit. Detroit, what? Nah, I am from Detroit though. Hang on, I gotta block a bot. These bots, I wonder what, like, to what end? What's the game? All right. And then Balkan, Lucifer says, Balkan, that's cool. And Lucifer says, what seas? A Black Sea? And Lucifer says, love Dirty Jobs. I'm like, oh, God, I love Dirty Jobs. Micro, I still adore that man. He still has a show on YouTube. It's Repay the Favor or something like that. It's a cool show. He's got a couple, actually, I think he's done two. And Balkan says, best job in the world. It seems kind of wild to just go out and fish because it's like I said, it's so different from the world I'm in. But I remember the lobster fishing that Micro did. It was two boys, like it was like 15 and 17-year-olds that owned this boat, and then they owned another boat. And Micro was like, "Wait a second, what? Like, you young men are literally like entrepreneurs, self-employed. You don't need anybody." And they're like, basically, yes. And he was just like, high five to both of you. And he looked at the TV and he's like, to all the young men out there that need work, follow these kids. These kids know what's up. The Black Sea. Where is the Black Sea? Isn't that over in by Russia? I could be wrong. Congress says, I was unaware of the existence of Addison's. Thanks for sharing. Yes, absolutely. I'd like to spread awareness. It's a severely understood condition. Actually, they have an awareness every year. I think it's in February, which I might start talking about it a lot because it is very severely mistreated in the ER. When we go into adrenal crisis, we're literally dying. We don't have long to live. We have to get our emergency injection. I have a lot on hand. I'm very thankful for that because of a new off script medication I take and the way I take it. I take it in liquid form now. Used to be pill. But our symptoms show up as opioid overdose, and they treat us thusly. And the unfortunate is people every year do die with my condition because they treat us like we're freaking overdosing, and we're not. We can't even do opioids. Those will kill us on their own. It's unfortunate. And Lucifer, you've been to the Bering Sea and the Balkan. So I have no dog in this fight, Lucifer. But I have a friend who actually was in the Coast Guard, and he was in the Bering Sea doing rescues. And actually, so here's something wild. So he was in the Bering Sea as a Coast Guard, a coastie, and he saved all like the opie fishermen, crab fishermen. He said he's been on all those rescue missions, you name it, he's done it. And he actually said Lake Michigan was horrible. He said the Great Lakes were the single worst place he's ever been in his life. He was actually stationed at the Detroit Coast Guard station for like 10 years or something. And he was saying though, but he said the Great Lakes terrified him at times. They were just absolutely vicious. And he said that the Bering Sea was bad, but it has a rhythm, a flow, even in the bad times. And he said the Great Lakes were like a boxing match, but it's like Mike Tyson fighting, Manny Pacquiao. Basically, is how he put it. Bunker says, I hope you're doing well. You've been up to the Bering Sea. Balkan in the Wild, the sunrises were amazing, and just seeing the wildlife and the people were amazing. I could imagine you guys got to be out there early so you get to see that. That is rad. The Balkan says, I've never been in the Bering Sea, but I will tell you, that's a dream for me. When I was on Forge and Fire, one of the guys, actually the guy that was my cameraman, he was on a few shows, but he did the Bering Sea. These matches. But he was in the Bering Sea, and he was saying it was really wild. These matches tonight are not working. But he was not on the ship that capsized, but he did have a friend that was. And he was saying that, like, as scary as they showed it on TV, he said that basically is as scary as it was to his friend. And if you guys never saw that episode, oh my gosh, it was wow. Like, they let the just sounds play. They didn't play any music, I don't think. You just heard the ship flip. You heard the guys getting thrown out of their beds. It was heart-wrenching, man. Like, to be completely honest, I believe everyone survived, but the whole ship flipped. And yeah, with the cameramen and everything. And the craziest thing is at the time, the Bering Sea jobs were paying very little. in Hollywood because everybody wanted to be a part of that because it was like the hot show, and the wages became competitive till they race each other to the bottom. No, the Balkan, like where I hunt, is up in like up here, northeast of Michigan. Excuse me, and you may or may not have heard of something called a dark sky park, and dark sky parks are, if you've never heard, or whoever's listening, dark sky parks are rated for, like, how dark they are, how well you can see the sky. Where I hunt is actually darker. Yeah, I do hunt. Have I gotten a deer? No, but I am a hunter. Actually, I carved this in the deer blind that I was in up in northeast Michigan. How far is Alpena for me? Alpena, about 4.5 hours. 5 on a bad day. We can get there 4 on a good day. I actually go to Alpena sometimes when I am up there because it's about a 40-minute drive from where I'm at. So, are you a hunter? You're a crab fisherman, but are you also a hunter or lobsterman? Sorry, I don't mean to offend. Do they have crabs, like fishing industry on that side? I don't know, man. I am so ignorant on stuff like that. Like, I'd imagine there's some level of crabs, but like, is there like an industry over there? I guess Michigan used to have whitefish, not like this fish is a whitefish and that fish is a whitefish. Literally the species whitefish. We actually used to have that in Michigan, but that kind of tanked, unfortunately. So lobster on the East Coast. Um, isn't Maryland known for a lot of like seafood or something like that? I just know when I was in New England, it was just a what a different world. It was very exciting to see because Detroit is extremely old. Like they can come close to competing with some parts of New England. I know you guys are about 300 years older, but it was still very cool. Oh no, actually no, you're not. You're about like 150 years older, but it was still very cool to just see like how much old world was retained over there. Yeah, whitefish dip. Actually, I like salmon fish dip better than whitefish dip. And Michigan still has like a small industry for whitefish dip. It's actually so small; it's only in Northeast Michigan really now. Usually, you can only get it when you're up that way. But smoked salmon makes a far superior fish dip, in my opinion, than the actual whitefish species. The Bucket of the Wild says, I was in Detroit one time for a trash plant, and they stole our tools out of the truck. Welcome to Detroit, man. Yep, that's Detroit, unfortunately. Sometimes, man, they can be that way. Oh yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's Detroit for you. Do you remember where you went by chance? That makes me so sad because I love my city so much, and I truly try to. No, I don't even try because I don't need to. Detroit is just fantastic, and we have so much amazing architecture. We actually have, I think, I could be wrong, but I think we have the greatest hold of Art Deco architecture on the planet. If not, it's very close. And it's so good for old architecture that people come from around the world to photograph it because we have such a good collection of Art Deco. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Detroit has a very rich history. It hit hard times, and well, I can't remember the saying in Latin, but we like a phoenix, we will rise from the ashes, and we're rising, and it's going pretty good. It's going even faster now than it was 10 years ago. So it's great, man. Yes, Detroit is where America was built. That's what brought us to the America we know today. And I mean, the first paved road was Detroit, Michigan, Woodward Avenue. It is M1 or USA 1, but that was the first paved road. And the first tri-level highway in the world was at the intersection of Woodward and 8 Mile. I used to live there at Woodward and 8 Mile. And it's pretty wild to see it in real life when you get a chance to like reflect on the history because it's actually still kind of futuristic in its own right. And then we also have something called the Mixing Bowl. And if you watch the first, I keep wanting to say Ghostbusters. It's not the Ghostbusters. Transformers. When they're in the really big fight scene on the highway, and they're just like ripping through, and there's like these highways, just like intersectionaling. That's not the word, but like crossing over each other. We actually in Detroit we call that the Mixing Bowl, and it's like four highways or something like come together, and to look at this thing from over top is wild. To navigate it can be pretty wild too, to be completely honest. But yeah, also Detroit was called the Paris of the Midwest, and Detroit's downtown map, if you look at it, it's really unique because it's like horseshoes. You know what I mean? And Woodward, I believe, goes like right through the middle. Um, but it was based off of Paris and Detroit, and that's just where it came from because we are the French colony. Yeah, actually, my girlfriend. So the bombers were actually made in Ypsilanti, as far as I know. But there was definitely parts made in Detroit, and a lot of them they were assembled in Ypsilanti. But yeah, there was a lot of wartime. The war effort was big here. My girlfriend's family, they were Rosies. You know Rosie the Riveter? They were real Rosies. I actually was a part of a Guinness World Record, like, what was it, like 10 years ago? 9 years ago? Where we went to I think it was Ypsilanti. I think it was Eastern Michigan University, and we broke a world record for the most rosies. We all dressed up like it and stuff. It was super cool, and they had like the posters and stuff of the era, and they had like interviews of the real rosies playing, and they had at the time there was still a woman. She was I think the only rosie that was trained to fly a bomber, and I think it was the B-52, but a rosie was actually taught to fly a bomber. Like, honestly, dude, I love world history so much. It's just to me, it's like the heartbeat of my life. And it was actually so after we did the Rosie event for the Guinness Book of World Records, which is like I said, it was so cool. We got to be part of it, and we did win. We did beat it. We beat California. California tries to compete with us. We smoked them. Um, but after we came home, or we didn't come home, we went to my girlfriend's parents' house just to have lunch with them. And her mom goes, "You know, your great aunt and so and so was a Rosie." And my girlfriend was like, "Really?" And her mom was like, "Yeah, oh yeah, no, they worked at what's it called? I can't remember the. I guess it doesn't matter. Willow Run Airport is what it's called, and that's where the planes were assembled. And there's a plane there called the Yankee Girl or Yankee Woman. I can't remember what it's called, but the guy who flew that in World War II, I actually worked with his wife at Lowe's, a little bit further south. But yeah, no, he was the pilot of that plane. That was pretty cool to find out. It really is a cool heritage, and to be completely honest, it was really fun to find out. Like we didn't know until that day because like it's I guess you could say like so commonplace. Even though a lot of them have passed on, it wasn't really talked about much because it was just a part of our history here, and it just was. That's it. What time is it? Oh, we're actually doing pretty good. I am actually going to run in. I don't have a bathroom in my workspace, so I'm gonna go do a bathroom break. If you guys are here when I get back, rock and roll. If not, I hope you guys have a fantastic start to the week. Tomorrow is Monday. All right. That actually hurt. I hit my leg on something. I'll be right back. After I break myself out of my chamber. At least that's what I call it. straight up cold out there. Like, cold, cold. Okay, let's get back in the chamber. I could have gone a whole lot worse. Alright, I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer. Matches. Gotta keep it. Burn to read for puppies. That one actually looked really good. Okay, let's see. Everyone focus on negative history, not positive history. And it was good seeing you. Be good. Hey, likewise. God damn, it's actually 10 after 9. I have to call this one here soon. Let's put some stuff away. When you're putting things away, you always kind of like have like an idea in your mind of where you want things to go. And like there's a couple tools I'm always fighting with, like which one do I put on first, because I use them both quite a bit. So I think I've worked out which one I want there, but I'm sure I'll be fighting with it again mentally before too long. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, oh, that was it. Oh yeah, let's put it there. Oh god, I can't reach that tonight. I'm not gonna worry about it. Here's what it is. Let's see. Good. Actually, I'll put you. Let's see if I can fit you over here. Oh my gosh, it actually works. I'll take it. I'm not mad about that. I have to clean this up, make it not so rusty. It's a good blade. It's just a bit rusty. I hear TikTok gets mad about you showing stuff like this, but I don't know. I don't have enough followers or anything to like really get affected by it. So I always push the limits really when it comes down to it. If I get the chance. Let's see. And then, oh, I don't even know what that is. What? Oh gosh, I don't even know. Like it's starting to do like a focus. Yeah, let's see. I'm actually convinced I'm going to have this blood red. I think that's what I actually might do. After just thinking about it, I might hit it with some just light sanding. Well, this is actually polishing technically as far as I understand it. Oh, hey guys, how are you doing? I'm Rachel, I'm out of Detroit, and I am sanding up a Spike Hawk. I made this out of a ball peen hammer. And then the handle was actually blackened by a Japanese method known as Shisugiban. And I only did the high points just to bring it down a little bit and leave like, see if I can leave some like blackening, and it did it really nice. And I think I'm going to do this like the rest of it in like a blood red. I got a really cool blood red stain. And the handle is actually made out of ash wood. And it's pretty cool. Use woods that used to be local to my area, native to my area. They took a real hard hit from an invasive species, but it seems like because the beetle that took out all the mature trees doesn't seem to find much interest in the juvenile species, or the juvenile size, I should say, of the ash trees. So it seems like they're actually going to make a comeback. It seems I actually saw a baby ash in my parents' yard where we lost 30% or more, well, we lost more than 30%. I think we only had 30% remaining from the hit from the emerald ash borer. But in the past 5 years, I saw a baby ash when I was actually out foraging for mushrooms. And I came across this mushroom I've never seen before. It was really big. It was really strange looking, almost alien. And I looked it up and I'm like, what is this? Well, it turns out it's called an ash bolete. And the ash bolete favors ashwood trees. And I'm just like, wait a second. Does that mean this tree right here next to it is an ash? Because I knew the dead tree was an ash. And I'm just like, I wonder. I looked it up. The baby tree I had, looked up the leaves and all that, was a baby ash. And so that means the ash might actually make a comeback in North America. And I'm super stoked because it is an incredibly strong wood, really good smoke wood. It's a very good firewood. Very difficult to split though. My parents heated their house with it for like 20 years, and I split wood all the time. And yeah, ash is very stringy. Like you split it, it'll split real good, and then it'll have these strings, and you gotta like pull them apart, and they'll never like pull it straight apart. You gotta like down and like out. That's like the only way to do it. TikTok restricted me, of course. So that means I can smoke on camera now. Alright, so I'm just doing some light sanding, really. Just like, I think I'm doing it at 220 grit right now, or 120? I don't know what it is. But I believe after 120 grit, it's considered no longer sanding, but polishing. Even though it does remove a bit of mass, which polishing does. Polishing does wear down. Anything you're polishing, it will always wear through. Alright. But yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do, like I said, blood red. It's like a blood red stain I have, and I think it'll be pretty cool. Maybe at least, hey, if I don't like it, I can always break the handle off, and, or at least I might even be able to break it out, or not even break it out, but like dislodge the wedges and use that as I need. That's the cool thing about handles is they're not epoxied in, at least not for this style. For splitting mauls they can be though. That's a whole different animal though. I actually rehandled or hung, as they say, a splitting maul a couple years ago, and I've never done it before because it's such a different process than like knife making. And when you're doing it, you want it to have like a shock ability, so you got to use the special kind of epoxy that's engineered for that, or at least that's what they say. Unless you make a very tight-fitting handle, which at the time I did it, I didn't have that ability. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even care. But remember it said to use a shotgun shot, which I did. I used 12-gauge shotgun BBs to fill the gaps, so to speak. And that was what I did. I hung it, and it's been in service ever since, actually. And it's pretty cool to see that way worked. And then I learned that was actually an old-fashioned way of doing things. And it's cool to see that old ways are still in use, very much so. I mean, the tool I'm holding in my hand was made entirely with hand tools, every aspect of it. Cut this all out, like this is made from, the handle is actually made from a piece of ash. And just like a board. And yeah, that's really it. Let's see. There's some machine marks. I'm gonna actually leave some because I kind of dig that look. Like I know there's some that'll be like, no, that's just laziness. I'm like, yeah, you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And then there are those that make things where they are so fine, you don't want to use it. And I do at this point in time in my life, I do like making working tools. Will that change someday? Yeah, maybe. Anytime soon? I don't know. It'll change when I feel like it. Yeah, that's actually, this could be pretty cool to stain, to be completely honest. To do my first like mixed finishes, so to speak. And I don't mean like different kinds of like boiled linseed oil versus Danish oil. Like I mean like it's gonna have some staining on it, and then it's gonna have the blackened shisugi bun, and then this is gonna be my spike hawk. Ha! Do not break into my shed. At least not while I'm in. That'd be very nice. Not really. That'd be horrible. It is 9:15. I might push this to 9:30. We shall see. Like I said, I just did a little bit of hand sanding on this. And the downside is actually when I hung it, it's a little bit forward. Does it affect its integrity? No, but it does affect like aesthetically. But at the same time, I don't know. I kind of dig it. It's kind of got this whole like, what is it? Assassin's Creed vibe to it, which is actually what I was thinking of. I just played the game when I made it. I am a fan of those games. I think I was playing, not Black Flag, but the one where they're in the colonies of America. That's the one I was playing when I made this. Sometimes you don't realize just a little bit of sanding can go a long way. This is one of them times. I'm not doing much. I'm actually just taking off like surface rush. This is not marijuana. I don't smoke marijuana. But almost every time I'm online and I have some out, people are like, is that za? When I was a kid, we called za pizza. But yeah, for what it's worth. Where are you guys out of tonight, though? I'm out of Detroit. I'm Rachel. And you can see this side's dirty. And I'm making it more clean, like this side. I still might have to go back to doing it by hand. We'll see. No, maybe not. Oh, I actually put a little bit of a burr on it. I didn't expect that. Given the choice, I might actually become an activist this year because Michigan is going towards constitutional carry, which I am fully in support of. But I want stuff like this to become open carry as well. And then gigantic things like this. I want stuff like this and this. I want these to become like open carry and like accepted and completely legal, because my current city really made me sad recently with how they shamed someone for having knives, and the knives that they had actually sounded like they were getting ready to go do some foraging or hunting on state land, and they treated them like they were criminals, and that was really unfortunate to see. I don't like when people get incriminated for things dealing with hunting and foraging and stuff like that. It's very easily to misconstrue what they're doing. It's really dumb. Especially when it has to do with hunting. And yeah, I just don't like people being told they're criminals when they're not. I mean, hunting and foraging, it's a way of life. It has been for, well, as long as humans have been alive. Hey, this stuff is coming off pretty good. I actually need like something square to wrap it around. But it is what it is. Who's lurking out there? Where are you lurking from? Sometimes I get someone to snap up, other times I don't. Because I can say this, I like to lurk too sometimes. Just kind of like hang out, kick it, see what the person's working on, thinking about, talking about, what's going on in their world. Sometimes you can be so close to someone but worlds apart, you know? I recently had someone that actually was just a few minutes drive from me. That was pretty cool. Another time I had someone from Argentina, had someone from Spain. Actually, the person from Spain was from Arizona. And they were in Spain for reasons, you know. Reasons take us places. And they decided to start recording, that's sandpaper stores. Start recording waterfalls. That's what they were doing. And it was actually pretty cool. To talk to them and just to hear about what it's like to live in another part of the world, being from another part of the world. And I like hearing stuff like that. My little sister, the little globetrotter that she is, she's been to like 32 countries. And she's been all over South America. She's done Southeast Asia. She's done all over Europe. and I don't know where she's going next. But I know I shouldn't say no, but I believe she's in the couch surfing community. And she actually made some really good friends in Ireland when she was there. Such good friends that the last time she was in Europe, not even in the UK or Ireland, uh, she was asked by her friends in Ireland to actually come stay with them, and they had a really good time, and that was really cool. My sister is she's quite the card, quite the personality, so that's really cool. And she's lived a very cool life, very adventurous. And yeah, very cool to hear about stuff like that from people that are able to travel the world. It's not perfect, but it's, it's not, the edge is not as rusty as it was. It's not rusty at all, but, you can see it's getting there. Little by little. Yeah. And it's crooked as all get. It's the first one I ever made. And I don't know what I was thinking. Look how crooked that is. It's like the crossbill bird. Or one of the crossbills. There's a few of them. You guys are joining my feed. I'm over here spitting out tobacco like a crazy person. Alright. Then I always try to like my other phone, like I'm always live on like 2. And so I always try to like cycle through other live feeds. And so I did TikTok. There's always option for threads, but threads is like, they're so mean on there. I wonder if I can go live at all. If I can go live on threads, I'm gonna give it a shot. But hopefully they don't get into politics. I don't want to talk about them tonight. I don't want to talk about politics ever. I just kind of want to that's like what my channel's about. No politics. The anti-politics. Like, let's just not talk about it. Okay. Oh, okay. If I know how, if you can go live on threads, I don't know how. And I'll just not do that because I don't know what I'm doing, technologically speaking. Okay, and then I can go live on Facebook. Let's try Facebook for a little bit. Let's see. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna just put like Sunday chill. Sunday chill. Alright. Let's do it. Alright. Actually, I might clean this blade up. This is one of my butcher blades. It's actually like I use it for chopping up wood and stuff, but I think I'm gonna do some light sanding on it tonight. I'm gonna get some of my higher grit sandpaper. Wherever. Actually, I'm not any right here. Oh, how goes it, Facebook land? Nope, not that. Where's that really high grit stuff? That was a whole lot of dust right in the eyes. That is never fun. I do got a sheet of 400. And it's pretty cool because... Oh, let me see if I can get that out of there. Alright, there we go. The fun thing about using higher grits and the way I'm going to use it is some people are really after this. Kind of like, I don't know, kind of like industrial, kind of dystopian. There we go, dystopian vibe. And this does it really well. And you usually got to have a lower grit on the grinding end. Like if you can, like actually clean this off real quick. If you can see all the, if you can see them, all the little lines in there, all the vertical lines. I'm gonna go over it with some 400 grit. Oh, whoever's out there lurking, what's up? Actually, can I see for a second? Absolutely not. Anyway, though. So, like, I just take, like, again, I just go across it laterally. It usually cleans it up pretty good, and it gives it that nice dystopian look. But the fun thing about it is it can actually expose some aspects. Let's actually let's get a let's do 220. That'll work. 220 will work. We'll do 220, then we'll do 400, and that'll work. Let's see, the short end. And this will have a little bit more like aggressiveness to it. Gosh. Let's see. Okay, let's break some off. That's what I like to do. I like to tear it, like fold it back and forth a couple times, tear it off. That's just my vibe. Some people feel like to get a little bit more specific, but no, I don't really see a reason to be honest. Not really. And like I said, this is the knife right here. And I'm just polishing up a bit, not a lot, to be completely honest. Just like getting the surface rust off. Because this is a knife I have been purposely not taking care of. I want to see how well the epoxy on the handle can hold up, stuff like that. And that's pretty much where I'm at. And then like after I hit it with the 220, I'm gonna go over it with 400. And that won't actually do a whole lot to it. It'll just make it a little bit shinier, but you'll see. Hang on. For those watching, like there's a little bit more polish. Not great. It exposes all your flaws too. You can see like all the bad grinds I had on it. Actually, we'll call that good enough for that side because this is just an outside blade. So here's where we start, right here. This is where we start on this side, and we're gonna go over it a little bit. But just lightly, not too much. We're just gonna see how far we can work through the surface rust. Like I said, I don't want to take care of everything. Like I want to leave some character. Like I love that this shows it's got wear and tear on it, and this wear and tear was earned. A lot of this was earned just from using it in all different kinds of weather. Yeah, you see? I cleaned it up really good. For what it's worth. They do call it that, whatever you want to call it, spit shine. Spit shine doesn't seem to have like a actual measure. Alright, let's finish this. Let's go away. But no, it is still cool. Like I like to see like how things work. And actually like right here, that's actually a mishit. That was a bad hit on my hammer. It's hard to see on the camera, but if you can see like it does like a quick rise right there. And that rise is there because I had a mishit. And when you miss it, the steel has to go somewhere, and it rose. And that's just the way it is sometimes. Okay, there we go. And then, like I said, we're going to go back to it. And I'm just going to hit it with some 400 grit. Like, that's really it. And it's not to be, like, special about it or anything. Just to get some, just to clean it up a bit. Not a lot, just a bit. And you can see it's cleaned it up a bit. Just a bit, like I said. That's all it is. I'm gonna go back on this side, and really, when it's got a sharpened edge, you do a little bit of hand sanding. Angle your fingers up a little bit, and that'll help you from not getting hit by the edge, because it'll happen to any knife maker. Every knife maker gets cut. It's just the way it is. Some will say they never do. They are liars, and there's no reason to lie about something so common, but people feel the need to lie. And this might actually be a knife I put to use making sausage this year for Burns Night. I'm of Scottish heritage, and there's a Scottish holiday coming up called Burns Night, and my Polish in-laws have actually become fond of it, and it's kind of like a cute thing that we have a commingling of cultures, and it's every January 25th, and this will be potentially one that's gifted to them. We shall see. If I can get it, if I can get it to where I approve, we'll say. Actually, I want to see, like, if you guys can see, it's a little bit of rust on the edge. If you can see here, a little bit. This camera's a little bit different. There we are. But I'll see if I can get some. I'm just using a piece of 400 grit. That's it, just 400 grit sandpaper, and I'm gonna try and clean up this edge real quick. Real crazy. You can see some imperfections. Oh yeah, this knife was made. I made 2 knives in 48 hours, and it was kind of wild. A lot of fun. Learned a lot. What a burn down it was. Oh man, that's cool. It's actually getting a little bit. I'll do a little bit more. And Reese, it is. That's so crazy because like I was told earlier, it was absolutely it was at that time coming through clean. I even changed around like my setup a little bit and everything. Hang on, let's try something. Give it a little bit to catch up. That is starting to really bum me out because it's definitely like a situation with my area, and it used to be a lot better because we were pre-fiber optic. Now we're fiber optic, and since then, so basically I'm like Mario. Like I'm like 8-bit. Like that must have looked really wild pixelated. I don't know if it's pixelated on your end. I'm hoping it is. That'd look way funnier. If it's blurry, that's just boring. But I'm hoping I'm like pixel. Did it do that? I'm hoping it did. Okay, I'm starting to sort of. I hope I'm starting to kind of feel it out. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Like, I appreciate you guys that come on here regularly telling me because you're actually helping me like figure things out. And part of it is I'm on a mesh system, and like I said, we went from fiber optic to not fiber optic, or from not to fiber optic. And hang on. It's actually kind of wild when it happened when we switched to fiber optic. And then Jack says, "Do you do H?" I don't know what H is, so I guess not. And then when they put us on fiber optic, we just had like a mass of guys like coming through my yard. Like they told us they would be, but I didn't know it'd be like 30 guys at once. And I was like, "What in the hell's going on here?" And I was just like, "What?" Like, well, they had like all the same vehicles, so I knew it was something. And I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Fiber optics." I was like, "Oh, okay." And they like ignored me and kept going. H is heroin. I know H is heroin, but it's better to play dumb with people. What am I working on tonight? So tonight, I don't know if you've ever seen this one before. This is a knife that I'm contemplating turning into a butcher's knife. Like a southeast, or not southeast, but like a Central Asian style butcher's knife. And because Burns Night is coming up. You are in England, correct? Do you guys celebrate? You're not Scottish. If you're, do you celebrate Burns Night? How about that? Do you celebrate Burns Night? And in my neck of the woods, we used to call heroin smack, for what that's worth. But yeah, H is a name for it. Or heron. In Detroit, we call it raw. We also call heroin blow in Detroit, not cocaine. Cocaine is not blow here. So Burns Night is January 25th every year, and it's basically the day to celebrate. I believe it's the birthday of Robert Burns, Rebbe Burns, who wrote Old Lang Syne, the great Scottish poet, and he wrote a poem to Haggis, and he called it the chieftain of the sausage race. And every year on Burns Night, January 25th, my girlfriend and I, we go to her parents' house, we make haggis, and we make a couple other kinds of sausage, and we have scotch. I wear my kilt. I'm Clan Graham, and it's a good time to be had. There are parts in Detroit that we have like Scottish. We call it the St. Andrews Society from the St. Andrews flag, but the patron saint of Scotland, I guess. But yeah, and then we'll have a toast of Scotch whiskey, and it's a good time, and it's great because they're Polish, and they're gonna kick out of celebrating, such a far out tradition compared to theirs. But no, it's a lot of fun, and ah, it was actually doing really good in Scotland or Detroit for a while because we have actually one of our biggest concert venues in Detroit is called St. Andrews Hall, and I say biggest by it being like the most common, but it's like every famous musician that's ever come through Detroit in their early days played St. Andrews Hall, and St. Andrews Hall was originally the hall or building of the Scottish Heritage Club. All right, and then he said, "My mom is Scottish from Glasgow. Her second name is Burns. Yeah, Rabbi Burns. She probably could tell you all about it. Ask her about Rabbi Burns. Burns Night. Burns Night dinner is a thing. It's haggis. Was it Haggy Neeps and Tatties, and haggis Neeps and Tatties with Scottish whiskey sauce. And we usually make that at some point throughout the night. I absolutely love Scottish whiskey sauce. Oh my god, it's one of my favorite gravies I've ever made in my entire life. And I actually like when I make bubble and squeak, I'll even put Scottish whiskey sauce on that sometimes. It's actually a small world how it turns out. Actually, there's a lot of Burns in Detroit. There's a they came here, got good 200 years ago, but no, they still are around. I actually have some good friends that are Burns. One of my dearest friends, she is a Burns, older woman. It's amazing. So like I purposely let this knife go, like in just let the elements have it. And now that I'm actually kind of like bringing it back, I'm like, wow, this thing's pretty pitted up, which is fine. I'm fine by it. But what didn't happen is what I'm so sad about. But I guess that's a good thing. I was seeing if this handle could just fall apart, and it hasn't. So I guess the epoxy I use is actually good. I just stabbed myself. I stabbed myself with the not sharp end. Jesus. So Lucifer is back. Why did the DJ get a dog? Because he needed a woofer. That's actually legit. I'm gonna keep that. I hope I remember that one, man. I had a friend growing up. This guy was huge into sound systems. He's passed away, but he would have got a kick out of that one. And he was a dog lover on top of it. All right, and then Reese says, I used to be with this Scottish lady. She used to make this Scottish food she called stovies. Stovies are good. Like a meat, potato, and veg stew. It's nice. Yeah, stovies are tasty. I do like stovies. What's another thing I eat that's Scottish that I absolutely love? The hell is it called? I make it all the damn time, too. Rumble de Thumps. They are so good. Oh my gosh, and those are fantastic with the Scottish whiskey sauce I was talking about. Scotch whiskey, especially Ardbeg 10 is good, but if you can, Larceny, I don't know if you guys get bourbon in England. Do you guys get bourbon in England? But if you're able to get Larceny, oh my gosh, not the best bourbon. Fantastic whiskey for whiskey sauce. Yeah, stovies are tasty. I haven't actually. So my favorite Scottish thing is actually shortbread, Scottish shortbread, Doric style. And it was just so exciting to find out that my brother-in-law is Doric, and he approved of my shortbread. Shortbread. Maybe I don't know. Like I know, like we just always said shortbread, and I just know that when my brother-in-law came home, he didn't know I was sending my sister a package, and when when I sent it, my sister had it just sitting on the counter, just kind of like blasé, and he came home and he just goes, "It's a shortbread. Okay, it looks like shortbread." And my sister goes, "Yeah, it's shortbread." He goes, "It looks like what my grand made me." And like she's like, he just sank into like a 12-year-old Doric boy, and like his R started coming back really hard, and he had it, and he actually approved, and that was really exciting. That was so cool to have something that like my family is Scottish, but they're not dorks. But my step family, long story, but they are dorks, and they brought the recipe over. And I remember my great grandpa, he had, well, what I call my great grandpa was my step great grandfather, but he had the strongest accent, and I miss him talking about it. Sounded like Mrs. Belfire then. Yeah, pretty much. I just remember my great grandpa just being like, "Oh, the wee barons." I cannot do the R's like he could. And he'd be like, "Go see your great grandpa. Give me a hug." He's a Crookshank, and oh man, such a sweet man he was. I miss him so much. He'd just do the R's so hard. He'd go the air. He wouldn't say, "Do you see it?" He'd go, "Do you spy it over there, wee bairns?" I gotta stop laughing when I try to impersonate him. Mrs. Doubtfire. Okay, oh, here's a fun fact, Reese. So, okay, Mrs. Doubtfire, obviously you know it. Mrs. Doubtfire is based off a real person. So Robin Williams went to a school, a prep school, a very, very fine school, one of the best in the world, called Detroit Country Day. And so years later, I worked at a store called Lowe's. I don't know if you guys, it's a home improvement store. I worked at a store as a home improvement store, and I had two regular customers that were teachers at Detroit Country Day, and they grew up going there actually. And oh my god, these matches tonight are killing me. Well, anyway, they would come in and they'd buy things for Detroit Country Day, and it would always be under Detroit Country Day. And I was like, I said, I don't want to be like too crazy, but like, I'm guessing you guys like work for Detroit Country Day or whatever. And they're like, yeah, we're teachers there. They were actually a married couple, and I'm like, oh, okay. And like I kind of built up a rapport with them little by little, and I started talking about Robin Williams, and they were just like, oh yeah, yep, he was a student here. They were about 20 years younger than him. And I said something about so Mrs. Doubtfire, and the guy goes, yes. He goes, actually, I had that teacher that he based that character off of. Mrs. Doubtfire is based off a real woman. How wild is that? How fun is that? A very real woman. No, when I found that out that day, like, because when Robin Williams died, I actually I experienced a broken heart to some degree, and it was around the time he passed away actually, and when I learned that Mrs. Doubtfire was based off a real woman that not only Robin Williams had as a teacher as a kid, but the regular customer I had, him and his wife also had, and they both said no, that he played her to a T. Like Mrs. Doubtfire, as eccentric and wild and like big and loud as she was, they said nope, that was exactly the teacher they had. And yes, that is a true story, absolute true, fun. I'm so happy I got to share it with you because I can't share it with enough people. It's just like I get so excited to tell that story, but like you called it out, and that's actually really funny. You said I sounded like Mrs. Doubtfire. So Rick Mayall, if I said that right, Drop Dead Fred. Is that who played Drop Dead Fred by chance? Because I didn't know his name. Snotface. God, what a magical movie that was. I didn't appreciate that movie actually until I was older. That movie is just absolutely beautiful. Okay, that's actually really cool. I didn't know that. My girlfriend, she is a huge fan of Drop Dead Fred actually. That was one of the movies her and I actually bonded over when we met all those years ago. And yeah, I could see, well, from the little bit I know about him, just to have this ability to be so vulnerable, like that's so cool. And now I got to look him up. I didn't know, like, wait, did he do stand up? Are you saying like stand up comedy? I never want to assume because you never know what like comics can just be screen actors and vice versa. So you say, yeah, when you watch it as an adult, it's actually a kind of sad movie. The abusive mother and the, yeah, I mean, and not only that, like, um, where Fred disappears and then she looks and sees him playing with another kid. Um, that is a what a what's cataclysmic, I guess is the word I would use for that. It's such a beautiful story. To me, it captures like every aspect of the wit, the wisdom of a youth, the trials, the tribulations, the cataclysmic emotional letdown, build up. That is to me an absolute masterpiece. I think that movie needs just way more praise, truthfully. Giddy up, I see cobwebs. I gotta watch that movie again so I can quote this. My girlfriend would know that line better than me. It's been so long since I've seen it. I have got to watch that again. And of all movies they've redone, they've not touched that one. And I can't blame them because it was masterful. But man, I'd like to see like a CGI version of it. I'd like to see what they could do with it. All right, Reese says he was in a show called Bottom and the Young Ones. They're pretty famous here. That's really cool. Okay, if you so since we're not really on the Robin Williams tinge, but since we did touch on it, but also if you guys have ever seen the movie Dead Poet Society, which by the way, very good movie if you've never seen it. That's also based on a real teacher that Robin Williams had at Detroit Country Day, and I know it's not Drop Dead Fred. Don't get me wrong, um, but the customers I said that I had that were regulars, they said that that guy that was at Detroit Country Day like truly dared his students to dream. And I've only had a couple teachers like that in my life, and I feel so fortunate to have had them. One of them was actually a Dutch woman, and when we didn't understand her, she'd get frustrated. And this is still when they're doing like chalk on chalkboard. That's how old I am. And she'd write it in Dutch, and her writing was really beautiful. So it was like really beautiful script Dutch writing. And then if we didn't get it in writing, she started talking to us in Dutch, and it just like if I could like reenact a teacher, it would be her. Totally. It's amazing where we get inspiration from in life. Very good movie. Very good. Um, Dead Poet Society is so damn good. It's like that movie you watch on like a stormy day when it's just so miserable and dreary outside, and you just like you just want an escape. That is the movie. Oh, it's so good. It is truly so good, and it's based on a prep school kids, and Detroit Country Day is a very prestigious school, like I said, and yeah, it's a very 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 good movie, and David kind of. I, I think I need to watch Drop Dead Fred again to get reacquainted with some of those lines because I love to quote movies. That's like one of my passions. One of my best friends. I've known him for actually since he was 3 years old, and I was 5 because his sister was the same age as me. And one of the things he and I bonded on was actually quoting movies. And our movie quotes were actually Jim Carrey. And here's a fun little story. I'll have to get a picture if I can. It's kind of funny I'm telling this, but so his parents had these like really snuggly pillows that like corner pillows, like went in the corners of the couch, and nobody told us to do this. We did this without anybody doing it. We take these pillows and we push in one corner and we put them on our heads, and we call them our movie hats. And I remember his mom comes in the living room and she just goes, "What are you doing?" And we're like, "What?" With these big giant triangles on our heads. She goes, "What the heck are you guys doing?" And we're like, "We're watching." I think it was actually Ace Ventura. And she goes, "What's on your head?" We go, "It's our movie hats." And she got a picture of us. I hope I can find it someday. Oh my god, these pillows are so ridiculously big, and we were like ship admirals, like the ones that like stick way out in front and back. Oh my god, that was a really. It's still one of my favorite memories to talk about, and I think we were like, I think I was like 10 and he was like 8. I don't even know, but he actually was just he just stopped. He lives a couple hours away from me now, but he came up here last summer, and he and I were talking about our movie hats, and his sons were like, "Dad, what are you talking about?" And his dad was just like, "Son, you have no idea what you're missing." By putting pillows on our heads. Oh my god, that's still one of my favorite memories of my truly my entire life. And maybe I'll share some more stories of him. He was just the most fun kid, and growing up, he and I were we were like little engineers. We didn't like we didn't have like normal. Oh my god. Okay, so here's a story about him, a real story. And all right, so he says the things you do when you're little. This is actually one of them. So my dad always called him the little scientist because this kid was so well spoken, and I mean like truly well spoken at like 8 years old, and he was always inventing something and like showing my dad these things. And my dad's he was a tradesman, so he was just always just impressed by this kid's inventions. And then one day, this kid he has these big, like, hang on, it's not quite the same, but so these are shooting. So he had on like these big earmuffs like this, but it had a big antenna, like really tall, like a foot and a half tall. Because at the time it was like playing like oldies classic music, and he got them from his dad. He was very proud of anything he got from his dad, and so we had a plash. He had a pla- He got this new bike. It was when mountain bikes were kind of all the rage. Like I said, showing my age again, and he had these big goofy headphones on, and with the big antenna, and he's on his little mountain bike, and he's got a plastic bag like on his handlebars so that when he rides it catches air. And it like, catches air, and it's a big air thing. And he's riding up and down the street, and this kid was always very eccentric. And I mean like totally in his own world. And it was just so amazing to witness, like in real life, to be completely honest. And he passes my dad several times. My dad like was like welding something. I don't know. My dad was always working on something. And my dad just like watching this kid, he's just like, and he's finally like, if Steven goes back by, I gotta see what he's up to again. And then he comes back by, and my dad goes, Steve, hey, hang on a second. And Steven, he goes, oh, hello, Mr. Oliver, how are you doing today? That's how this kid always talked. And my dad goes, Steven, what is this contraption you have going on here? And he goes, what are you doing with this bag? And like you're running down the street back and forth, like what are you doing? And he goes, well, you see, Mr. Oliver, I came across this thing called an airbag, and I figured if I could ride my bike at a good enough speed, I could catch enough air in my bag, and I would have an airbag on my bike. And he was only about 10 or 12 when he did this, and my dad was like, an airbag? And he goes, well, yes, Mr. Oliver, you understand, you gotta understand, like, catching the air, and one of this, like, extreme explanation. My dad was just like, high five, kid, like, you rockin' the free world. But that is a true story on the airbag my friend invented for his bicycle. And as it turns out, 30 years later, he ended up working for Roush Industries, and they were actually working on airbags for motorcycles and bicycles. That's an absolute true story. If you guys never heard of Roush Industries or Jack Roush, look it up. The guy is called the Man Under the Hat, or the Man in the Hat. He has created some of the greatest creations in hot rod history. But I am going to say that my friend is the inspiration for the airbag for some of those things. Oh yeah, dude, he totally was that kid. Actually, that was one of our favorite movies growing up because it was so full of inventions and gadgets. Oh man, that kid. Actually, he's the one who got me into cigars. Oh yeah, he was such a good kid. He's a great guy now. And my dad to this day still, actually every now and again my dad will bring it up to him. He'd be like, Steven, how's your airbag going? When he sees him. He's still to this day, well, Mr. Oliver, it's actually, it's actually kind of a crazy idea because I have two boys now, and these two boys are actually getting these crazy ideas. And he still talks the same way to this day. Oh, I love that kid. It actually sounds like he's like Poindexter extraordinaire, but he's like he's like one of the most charismatic people I've ever met in my entire life, to be completely honest. He can like work a room like you have never seen before. Yeah, he said, yeah, I love that movie too. I was about like that, always taking things to bits to see how they worked. I mean, yeah, that's what it's all about, man. Like, you gotta like reverse engineer it to see how it's engineered. And man, when I was a kid, I took a lot of things apart. It was just so much fun just to like take it apart and just see how it worked. I don't know what it is with our minds. People like us, it's just tramps like us, man. We were born to tinker. Oh, this cigar is kind of funky. All right. So, I used to wait tables years and years ago, and I came across a movie called Green Street Hooligans. Have you ever seen that before? My friend went the way of electronics, by the way. He actually, before we go on Green Street Hooligans, my friend actually, he got into. Do you guys have? Do you have CB radio in England, by the way? Is that like a thing that you know about by chance? Before we go any further. Okay, so it it didn't really have a pop week when we got into it. Like my dad was really into it in the '80s, and then I don't even want to say like I said there was a pop. It's just we got into it. Was there an actual pop? I don't actually think so. But my friend, the little scientist, he was into CB and they were doing like trucker repairs and stuff like that. And it's just funny that he went very similarly along the route you did, and he had like he honestly had a very cool setup, to be completely honest. Like he had a well, it was like before the years of like SUVs, and he had like a whole wall put in the back of his. He actually did all this work on his own, and his work was actually always really nice. And he did like a wall in the back, and he had like a converter or inverter, whatever it's called, to do whatever it was he did. And it was just always so fascinating to hear him talk. I understood some of it, but not to the extent that he was into it. And I gotta say, electronics, you electronics guys, man, rock on with your bad selves. That's a frontier for me. My idea of perfection is like, let's go back to the Stone Age. So like, you guys that are like into the future stuff, that's so rad. I do like CB though. Actually, I'm a huge fan of CB for the simple fact of highway travel is such an amazingly fun skill to have. And the best part about it is when you like learn their lingo, you can like learn when they're like making fun of you or like it just all that like the call signs and stuff. That stuff actually is a lot of fun. I haven't had one on my truck in years, but I kind of want to get one again for when I like when you travel like anywhere. I don't know. It's just fun to have one. What is the weather like where you are at right now, by the way, Reese? I heard you guys are getting cold weather. Is that true? Let's do a bit of a gear switch. This cigar is burning all kinds of funny. Oh, that's because it's, well, that's not burning good at all. Good. We actually used to, in CB World, God, this tobacco, used to do something called beams. And beams are really cool. You didn't miss much because I don't really know what I was saying either. Hang on. I was having a. Okay. Who wants to go live? I never know the people that want to go live. They're always from across the world. Every now and again, I do go live with people on TikTok, but no, I was just talking about my youth, just like the fun stuff we used to do. What is your favorite sport in England? I always wonder that because I like soccer. That's like my sport, and I actually grew up with a couple guys that were really good soccer players from England, and like I know like in our world, everybody from there plays soccer, but these guys were like really, really, really good. And snooker. So okay, so we used to have something in America called ESPN2, then it turned into ESPNX, and then they started showing things like snooker, all kinds of different forms of billiards. Oh yeah, I played soccer. I played soccer for 15 years, and I plan to play again in the near future. I actually really miss it. But no, I used to watch like the snooker and nine ball. I think it was called. Tyler D.80s Transman, you're my favorite streamer. Thanks for supporting our community. Thanks, guys. Don't create safe space for anybody. This is a free world. Dangerous liberty, my friend. I am the wrong person. Dangerous liberty. Anyway, you are welcome nonetheless. You are always welcome. But I do not create a safe space for anything other than handmade artisans. I want everyone who creates art to be welcome, to be able to share ideas. This is how we grow. This is how art grows. I love having the ability. Unless I'm scratching my face like a crazy person, but no. Anyway, so snooker and nine ball. Those were, I think it was nine ball. Those were the two that were like most common. And unfortunately, I was actually a little bit young, and I'm a little bit sad because those are games I do hope to get more proficient at. My dad is a freaking shark. I blame it on him being a mathematician. He's really good at math, but his geometry was insane playing it. And anyway, though, I used to love watching them, and I'd listen to the commentators, and they talk about like defensive plays. And at that time, my mind couldn't get my head around like what a defensive play was in snooker. And I've caught it in more recent years. Nonetheless, very cool game. The other person is in like every stream, like, oh, must be. God, bots are so boring. You know, they could be like, well, actually, over on TikTok, I got the same bots coming in. They always have Korean writing, and they change their name by like one number like every time, and all they do is like sad face, happy face, like scold face, and then they'll like throw in like a house emoji. I don't actually get bots. I don't get it. But that's good to know that it's not just me experiencing it, because they've come in, I think, before, and I was just like, wait, what? I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Every now and again, I get actually, I shouldn't say that. This happened one time on TikTok. I don't know what the hell happened, but I got hit by like 400 people at once. I think it was like the 764 people, and all of their names were like really offensive, and I'm just like, what the heck is going on? Like, I just kind of like want to rock in the free world and talk to people of like minds, and like just like, you know, about life and handcrafted things. And yeah, that was far out to say the very least. Tyler. That really just happened. Come on. I don't know if you saw what happened, but a drop just actually rebounded from my glass and right back in my eye. God. Oh, there we go. Alright, and glasses back on. If I can get my stogie burn, hang on. So that was my next question after you asked what I'm drinking tonight. So I am drinking something called Old Forester. This is Kentucky bourbon, I believe. It's a good bourbon too, by the way. And I like their bottom shelf. I've had all the shelves they offer, and their bottom shelf is actually my favorite. In England, what do you guys drink? I was told beer, but is that true? Because I've never been. I don't know. So one time, and this is only for like 2 or 3 weeks. My local liquor store. I got hair in my eye. Hold on. My local liquor store. They're really into like international spirits, beers, etc. And they have a whole section that's just probably like 20 or 30 countries, probably about 30. and they had English porter, English stout. It was actually really good. And the interesting thing was, more than anything, um, was the bottles were thicker than what we're used to. Because I actually drank a lot of Polish porter at that time. I love Polish porter. Okashima is the brand. If you ever come across it, doesn't matter. But it was like our standard like beer bottle thickness. But the English ones were very thick. But the English porter was really good. And I've never seen it since. I guess it can be kind of hard to get beer from England like that, or not like Smittix. I don't even, actually, I think that's Irish. Um, oh god, I got nothing on English beer, but I wish I could remember the name. It was actually very good. Um, it was honestly one of the best porters I've ever had in my entire life. And in our neck of the woods, glass bottles are long necks, as we call them. They're 12 ounces, and the one we had from England, I think, was 10 ounces. And it was really good, though. That's all I gotta say. And I have heard my friend was in the American Air Force over in England for a while, and that really, wow, that blew my mind. Someone that just popped in my life. But my friend that lived in England, she was talking about how in England they drink it like 58-degree beer or whatever, and in America we want to drink that beer as cold as we can get it. And she was saying that the beer over there actually, at least the way you guys make it or whatever it is, she said it actually is much better in that temperature range. So that boy Angel Felipe says, "Where are you from?" I'm from Detroit. So you're not a big drinker. No, I get that. And then I used to do like a limoncello. So there is, I think it's a, I don't want to call it a spritzer. We'll call it a spritzer for lack of a better call it. Um, they have a flavor called limoncello, and Lacroix has quite a few flavors, and some are kind of far out. But their limoncello is absolutely fantastic, and it's actually kind of hard to find even in my area sometimes. But if you ever find Lacroix limoncello, really good. Um, but one of the best non-alcoholic drinks I've ever had is called Hop Water by oh god, actually every company that ever made it was really good. But Hop Water, it's very good. Actually, Hop Water is probably the most refreshing drink I've ever had. And like I've had like Gatorade, all the electrolyte drinks and all that, like all the homemade versions and all that. Hop water actually was even better than that. Does Detroit still make a lot of cars? Oh yes, absolutely. Um, there is a little bit of kerfuffle there, but no, absolutely. They like every day in the morning, like 7 a.m. Our traffic, auto workers, it is horrible traffic because there's so many of them. And if they don't make cars, they make parts for cars. And I used to, I actually used to make parts for the F2 Ford F-250, whatever it was, and they were freaking heavy, and it was that was a hard job, to say the very least. But no, my dad, he actually worked for Ford Motor Company. Um, like where I live, like yeah, it's the Motor City, and it is still very much so the Motor City, but it's not what it was when I was a kid. I will say that. There's some issues with their jobs leaving and all that, but yeah, no, we still do make a lot of cars. Smart says, "What's up, man? Hey, I'm just hanging out on a Sunday night. Honestly, just kind of kicking back." And then Reese says, "Only ever seen Detroit in the movie 8 Mile, the Eminem one." So yeah, yeah, I get that. And it says, "That looks like a Turkish name, is it? What's up, Tyler? My name's Rachel, but hey, Tyler works." And Smart says, "I can see you're cool, chilling. Yeah, just having a good time like this. I'm just having like my favorite cigar. It's my daily smoke. Like I got nicer cigars, but this is my favorite Dominican right here. It's a good stick, to be completely honest. It's called Maker's Choice. I get it off cigarbid.com. You can get them in packs of 25, and they're actually really cheap if you're in America. I got 75 cigars for $62 with taxes and everything, shipping, and I got 75 smokes, and they're really good. But yeah, where you at, by the way? All right, so Mortimer says trans what? But no, so the movie 8 Mile, I used to live 2 streets away from 8 Mile. Actually, I lived at 8 Mile in Woodward, is what we called it. Where Eminem is from is a town called Warren, and my sister used to live in his old neighborhood, and it's an old Croatian neighborhood. And my sister was dating a Croatian. They are the ones that came here before all the crazy stuff that happened over there. And no, but yeah, 8 Mile is what it is. And actually, where my girlfriend is from, they don't call it 8 Mile, they call it baseline because it has such a bad connotation to it. Because 8 Mile is literally what separates Detroit from, like, Detroit is in this county called Wayne. I'm in Wayne County, and then just north of 8 Mile is called Oakland County, and then Macomb County. Both those counties border Wayne. Um, uh, Southern Macomb is kind of rough. It's real rough. That's where Eminem's from. Very, very depressed area. But where I lived is a town called Ferndale, and depressed is, I guess, a matter of opinion. But we can talk about that however you want to see it. Right, so Reese says connection sorted itself out. It's good now. That's really cool that it's working out. Um, like I said, like having you guys on here regularly has actually been helping me sort it out, and it seems like because like the shed I'm in is actually like steel walls all the way around. It's like an insulated. It's like steel insulation and then steel, like expandable foam between them, and the steel does have a pretty extreme effect on the signal. So that's where we're at right now. But no, Detroit is much more than 8 Mile. It's much more beautiful than 8 Mile, to be completely honest. I love my city so much, and actually, where Eminem grew up, there are very beautiful mansion districts. The nicest district in Detroit is actually on 8 Mile. It's called Palmer Woods. Oh my God, are those homes amazing? Uh, the biggest home in Detroit is 50,000 square feet, and oh my God, to see that house in real life is really something. It's just, no, I love my city so much. You know, my town can work and my town can fight, as the old punk rock stuff goes. And I, I love going to cemeteries. Whenever I go anywhere, when I travel, I go to cemeteries because you never know who's going to be there. And in Detroit, we have some very serious cemeteries. Well, cemeteries are very important people, if you will. And it's just to me always exciting to see like who laid the groundwork of these areas. Sometimes they're not always from there. Sometimes they're buried elsewhere, but you know. Hanel says, hey, what's up here? Where are you out of? But yep, I love the Motor City. Ain't nothing like it. I mean, we got our problems like anybody else, but man, it's like, it's one of them things where it's like, I love to talk about my city so much that I just like, someday would love to have people that follow my social media and then take them on like tours of like the places I find, beautiful, etc. What the hell does that mean? I swear that was it. What is that? Who are you? What is that? Oh my God, if I could social media, I'd be dangerous. Jesus. I don't know what that means. Okay, so you're like me, you know what I mean? Like I've been out of America. I've been to Canada. I'm actually like where actually Detroit is right on the border of Canada, and like I'm on the Detroit River, and right across the river is Canada, and so like I have been there, but I've never been across an ocean either way. Not even to Hawaii, nothing like that, because Hawaii is actually like I think it's 9 hours over the ocean, and then to get to the ocean is like 3 or 4 hours. So I've never traveled that far. I have a hard time flying on planes, to be completely honest. Oh my God, planes scare the hell out of me. Like they actually scare the hell out of me. But no, I want to go to France one day for Brittany. I think it's called. There's actually, I think there's definitely one knife maker there who is really a cool knife maker, and I'd love to meet him. But he's in Brittany. Like, okay, so my brother-in-law, well, my impending brother-in-law, the day my sister marries him, he is Doric from Scotland, as I said earlier, and if they're going to get married, they are getting married in Scotland. And I will have to grin and bear it for that flight. I'm a little scared. I'm excited, but I'm scared. But I am very excited to have a chance to go to like see like my family like lands and stuff like that, like Clan Castle, like because I pay into my Scottish heritage club, I guess you could call it, for Clan Graham every year, and it just kept making drunk. I'm actually afraid to go to Scotland. I am not gonna lie because they arrest people for things I say in America. For the flight, yeah. Actually, I've thought about that. Okay, France. Nosfell says in France. I don't speak French. I'm sorry. I speak English. That's all I got. I can read and speak read and speak Polish to some degree, but very little. And then I'm also failing about hydration. God, I think I'm getting sick actually. Who knows? We'll find out. But no, I do look forward to the day I go to Scotland. But the day I land in Scotland, I'm probably gonna kiss the ground because I'm not in the aluminum tube. I am so. I gotta get over it. Get over it. Get over it. Ah. Like my girlfriend and her family, they did it. They did good. They're Polish, and they went to Scotland. They went there before me. They're not even Scottish. That part always cracks me up. Oh, okay. So Nosfell says it's the name of the knife maker I thought you were talking about. So Lisa Rowan, hello. How are you? Welcome to my feed. Welcome to my Sunday night. So you're saying, all right. So there is actually a French maker I used to follow. I still follow him. I don't know how to say his name. It's very French, and the guy I'm thinking of is oh god, I can never remember his name. I think it's actually I'm not gonna say his name because I don't know. I think it's Jeff, but it's not Jeff. But anyway, Lisa Rowan, Rowan. You know what, Lisa Rowan? I have a stick. Hang on. I'm actually pretty sure this stick is made out of rowan wood. Lisa, you have a tree named after you. God bless you. Now, like I said, there's like 2 knife makers in France. Well, one, like I said, one specifically is in Brittany, and then there is one in like France proper. The one in France proper was actually on a show called Forged in Fire, and he was hilarious to us Yanks. He acted like the candlestick on Beauty and the Beast. Actually, that's what people compared him to. So I don't know if that's what the French are really like, but that's the immersion a lot of us got. Although actually 2 days ago at the grocery store, there were people speaking French. You do not hear that very often in Detroit. That was really cool, really wild. What a fun experience. And it was a very elderly woman talking to, I'm guessing, her grandson. And they just were like really in the thick of French speaking. And I'm just like, damn, dude, that's what's up. Like, we're a French colony. We don't have any like relevance of French anymore, unfortunately. Ruth says maybe they were French Canadian. Where I'm at, very likely Quebecians. It is very possible. We don't get a lot of Quebecians here, to be completely honest. And even the Canadians we get here don't often speak French that well. And then Lisa Rose says, wow, people keep telling me about the Rowan wood. Rowan wood is freaking awesome, dude. It's heavy, it's tough. Like I said, I don't know if this is Rowan, but it's a fucking beast of a stick. Look at the size of this thing. And this is a very solid, I don't know, I had to do it. It made me feel good. But it's a very strong, heavy stick. And it makes me happy to have it. And it's the best stick. It's the finest stick I've ever made. It's how I stand on this one. But Rowan is a very good wood. You got a tree named after you. There you go, girl. Get it. But yeah, no, French Canadians, speaking French here, that's pretty rare. So like they could have been. They could have been. But Quebec is pretty far from us. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, where are you from, by the way? Since we were talking, we get people from around the world talking to us. I love talking on live when I have people from like different countries and continents. It is just like, to me, the most exciting thing. It's so much fun. But I will say this: Canadians are really bad customers in America. Like, they're really mean to us. They treat us really bad. Like, if you hear someone say, I need a rain, coke, or hey, where's your washroom, yeah? You just go, oh, Jesus Christ, I got Canadians. You know you're about to be, like, treated very badly. Yeah, yeah, thank you for the stick looking beautiful. All right, and then Robert Grin. Hey, you are a septic fucker. My sister's pregnant. I'm going to be a dad. Thanks. What, man? Y'all are in some like fucked up shit in your world. Weird world. All right, and Lisa Rowan says, I'm from Houston, Texas, but my work has got me traveling around the world. Hey, rock and roll. Where's it got you traveling to? Because I'm going to the bathroom. But I've been around, not the world, but I've been around America. I've been to Corpus Christi, Texas. South Padre Island. Good time. I shall return. To who those are there, hello. And to who those will be back, I'll see you soon. Oh my god, I got it. Oh my god, if you guys could see the mess I got going on. All these wires and all my internet. I'll be back here. Not that shortly. I'll be back. Now I gotta get out of my chamber. Oh, it is so cold out there. I can feel it coming through the door. Oh, I'll be back. guys are still here. Holy cow, I don't know what the hell just happened. Okay. Dodgy technology. Okay. All right. I guess that's why you keep the flashlight on you at all times. Okay, if you guys are done, because right now, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Okay. All right, let's see where it's from. Okay. That was so cold. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. A little bit of that. Holy cow. All right, guys, I am back. That was an interesting few minutes. Ah. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good. That's actually really cold. Wow. I actually wasn't sure what happened for a minute there. Actually, let's put you in it. These matches, I swear, I'll never diamond strike anywhere again. Okay, let there be light. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Oh boy. You know, sometimes technology is just not what's cracked up to be. God. Anyway. Hi, Reese. How you doing? And then Noah Thompson. Hello. Wow. That actually was surprising. It actually tripped the breaker all the way back to the house. I didn't expect it to actually happen. It doesn't usually, like, it usually happens on, like, my, like, whatever it's called, multi-plug. This time, nope, all the way back to the house. Lisa Rowan says, I'm really interested in what you do. How about we continue our conversation in the DMs? Lisa Rowan. Oh, God, I know it's too good to be true. You used a weak Irish name, and I'm weak to Celtic girls. But Lisa, oh, God, you're the Celtic girl. That's not Celtic at all. You're a liar. And I'm in a relationship. And she's Polish. I like Slavs. No, I'm good. I'm just having fun playing with bots right now on TikTok that are like, OMG, you actually have a similarity with me. We don't. Actually, we don't. Lisa Rowan. So where I used to live at Woodward and 8 Mile in Detroit, there used to be, actually there still are, there are signs that say decoy area. decoy area because they are prostitutes in the area that are not prostitutes at all. They're cops. I think you're one of those cops. I'm hanging in there. I'm actually just rocking in the free world, just kind of like winding down. Like I can't go to bed just yet because I'll be up too early, so I'm just kind of like hanging out. So I'm doing good. Oh, hello, Lisa Rowan. Rowan. You had to choose such a generic Irish name. Oh, boy. Let's see what your story is about. Lisa Rowan on TikTok. Will it bring up your social media? If you ain't blocked me yet. She just said, oh, yeah, it was well. But no, so it's almost, it's going on like 11, so to speak. No, I can't go to bed till about 12:30 or 1. That's about. So Lisa Rowan has all these friends and followers. No, Lisa Rowan, we will not be DMing anywhere. Don't go for girls if you want money. Go for guys. Girls don't give you shit, and if they're giving you money, they're pimps. Put it lightly. I actually found out recently that one of my friend's grandmothers that I was actually really fond of was actually a madam in Detroit. And then Reese says, I should be asleep, but I decided to have a middle of the night bath. You know what, Reese? When I go in, that's what I'm doing. Because for you, it is, what is it, almost 4 a.m., 5 a.m.? I'm going to be having one myself. And so like I said, I used to play soccer growing up. And we had some English players that taught us how to play really good. And the English, so in America, baths are kind of weird for guys to do. But in England, you guys are all, 3:35, there we go. And in England, you guys are all about baths and stuff like that. In America, if a man says, I'm going to take a bath, the other men are going to be like, you guys talk to this guy, is he like weird? Like, what's going on? No, like in England, it's like what you guys do. But here, like in America, it's just like women just take baths with bath bombs. No, we don't fucking do that. That's actually like not real. Like some do. The women that do that, it's their thing. Like I have nothing against them, but like winos. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's shut that conversation down because me and winos are in a cold war. That's all there is to it. Dude, I'm a bath fan. Like I said, when I'm done with this, that's what's happening. And I'm going to go there, and I swear to God, taking a bath after every soccer practice. That's what I used to do. After every soccer practice, after every game, I took a bath. Epsom salt bath. Did it do anything? I don't know. But the placebo had an immense effect on me. And all I can say is, I can walk. I don't know. For the injuries I've had, I'm actually doing pretty good. But, alright, take that, go away. Go away. Alright, but, yep, no, I'm in with it. I'm in with it. And actually, one of the English soccer players that I trained with, he now lives in northern Michigan. He's from London. They actually have a documentary about him called God Save the Wings. If you get a chance, watch it. It's called God Save the Wings, based off a guy named Andy Chapman. My jersey was number 20 because of him. The guy was incredible. He was very poor. He grew up in London. He takes baths. He'd say, oh, look, I have a hot bath. I did not do his accent justice. His accent in, like, our world comes off like English gangster. But he's not a gangster. He just was a really good soccer player. All right, and then... God, I need some water. God, I hope I'm not getting sick. Oh, God. Kind of feels like it. God. My God, cough, go away. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so Reese says, I got a real bad knee injury playing football. I've never played since. I used to play for a team and stuff. Yeah, I hear you, man. And then No Time said it's rough. Yeah. And he says it was so dumb as well because I was jumped in the air to head the ball. I landed awkwardly and my knee snapped. Had to have an operation. Um, and it broke bits of bone and stuff. Man, it hurt. Yeah. All right, and then Oak Ridge Taxidermist. How are you doing today? I'm doing very good. I love the Oak Ridge boys. I got a fun story about Oak Ridge, Tennessee, real quick. So, Oak Ridge, Tennessee is in Tennessee, USA. I had friends in a place called La Follette, Tennessee. My God. So, Oak Ridge is at the bottom of La Follette Mountain, or Jellicoe Mountain. My friends lived in La Follette. And my friends that were in La Follette had an aunt and uncle that were married until death do us part, but were married at literally opposite ends of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, because they disliked each other so much that even in death, they did not even want to be buried together. So that is actually a true story about Oak Ridge. But when it comes down to Oak Ridge, hey, you know what? I've been down to Oak Ridge. It's a nice town. I love the Oak Ridge boys a whole lot. Yeah, it actually is not as painful as it sounds, but it's not fun. But for Reese about your injury, I actually had a similar experience. I tore my MCL multi curl. Anyway, the inside of this knee right here, tore that in gym class, and to this day, oh my God, on humid days, oh I can feel it. Let me tell you. And the worst part about it was the person that caused the injury was like my buddy, and he was like gigantic, and he felt so bad. He used to call me Little Tyson because I was just such a mean little mother effer in high school, and because of Mike Tyson, and I got suspended for fighting a guy actually, and because he was picking on one of my friends who was special needs, but yeah, no, he called me Little Tyson, and he hurt me severely. um, I don't hold it against him, but it is what it is. Right, so and then Reese says, yeah, it was pretty bad. Couldn't get up after. Friends picked me up and carried me to the road to get a cab to the hospital. You are on a completely different level of swearing than us. We don't even do that. That's incredible. Seemed to take years to heal. It's still not right. Yep, nope, I got you. Same thing. It's not been the same since. And then Noah says, and that's why I don't play football. Oh man, no, we're talking about soccer, dude. We don't wear armor. We just play soccer. No, actually, when it comes down to it, though, for real, soccer has a real high injury rate of like knee injury. Um, I actually pissed off some people one day when I was at Dick's Sporting Goods. I don't go to Dick's Sporting Goods at all anymore in America. If you guys ever heard of it, but I won't give my money. But the last time I was there, I pissed some people off really bad because I said football players, American football players, were sissies because they wear armor, and American football players cannot hold up to English football players. And I remember the father and son that I said that as I was walking in, like turned, stopped, and looked at me, and they didn't know what to make of me because they couldn't tell if I was like male or female. So they just kind of like let me go. But no, I'll stand by that. I'll fucking die on that hill. She says, I couldn't play nowadays anyway. I get out of breath waking up the stairs in my house. I hear you. Too much smoking. Reese says, again, I need to quit. Now I've got a little baby. I gotta say, man, I miss being playing shape is such a good feeling, man. You are so nimble. You can just like, you're acrobatic. That's all I got. All right. Noah Thompson says, mood. I don't know what that means, but yeah, sure. My cigar. Oh, I got so excited to have these cigars. And these when these matches burn out, I'll be fucking happy. Alright, let's see if you'll stay lit. It did. No, I really do. Actually, my favorite game to play was actually indoor soccer. Like I played like like 11v11, whatever you want to call it, but indoor 5v5, man, that was my favorite. It is so high paced. It's just like the moves have to be so much more intentional in their own right. But like, oh man, I miss playing it so bad, so bad. I remember I used to play. Was it? I played soccer, and basketball all at once. I miss being that fucking fit. Funny and insightful says you're like that mystery woman who will help protagonist in zombie movies. Thank you. I think. And then Reese says, I love to play baseball. We don't play that here. There's a sort of similar game called Rounders. Yes, Rounders is actually a very good game with a small bet, but it's considered like a woman's game here. That's too bad because Rounders is actually, for what we consider like a man's. Oh my god, I consider baseball like a sissy game, to be completely honest. Baseball for me is like, okay, so not for me. In America, baseball is like the manliest sport. I don't know why. Where I'm from, Detroit, we have hockey. They do hockey. We just fight. Like it's not just we just fight, but it's a part of the game. Indoor soccer, we fight. It's a part of the game. But Rounders gets no respect, and baseball gets praise. And I'm like, actually, I think Rounders is a better game than baseball. And then Noah says, I played soccer all throughout middle school. Hey, dude, so you're in good company, man. Playing like amongst footballers, footy ballers, the footy. Actually, we don't call it the footy in America. If you call it the footy in America, they'll be like, what are you talking about?" Actually, all right. So Reese says, "I've seen Freaky Friday. Hockey seems. Oh man, it's just hockey, man. It's. Yeah, it is. It's not. It's all right. So funny and stuff. I appreciate that. So I got a fun story about. This is what makes hockey great. This is actually a true story. It never made it to the news, and I say that because it's going to get in. Okay, I'm gonna close off TikTok so they can't fucking piggyback up. Fuck you guys. You're getting nothing. You guys are bad. So I'm gonna go on YouTube only and tell this story. This is actually a true story because I know the girl this happened to. So, hang on. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. So, here's a true story about battles of might. Might is right. So, I think I've got. Funny and stuff says the reason is my friend will love you. He's a master of shurikenjutsu. Last Jeff is he not from throwing blades and knives. Shurikens, sick. If you can throw shurikens, I'm with it. That's a really cool style. Not everyone can do it. I got a lot of respect for those who can throw shurikens. So, true story. Here's a true story. All right, so I'm from Detroit, Michigan, with the Detroit Lions, with the Detroit Red Wings. The Detroit Red Wings are our hockey team. Well, we're called the Original Six. That doesn't mean a whole lot to this conversation, but I'm doing it as a humble brag. But here's a real story. So, my friend used to work at a restaurant called Adoba. You can look it up. Adoba, Adoba, is across the highway from where the Detroit Lions used to practice for football. Well, Adoba is actually a really high-end hotel. But when teams come to play in Detroit, they have to stay like really out of like Detroit. It's just the way it is. Like it keeps like prostitutes and stuff at bay and like fans. And so they stayed at a hotel called Adoba. Well, this night, the Toronto Maple Leafs were staying at Adoba. And you guys may or may not know, but hockey players are not as small. They're small, but they're not as big as like NFL linemen. Well, so this girl was working the bar the night. It was like 10 o'clock, something like that. And there was like 6 Detroit Lions that they decided to have go drinks at Adoba. And these guys are big. These guys are like 300-pound motherfuckers that are like really in shape. They're no joke. But what they didn't know was they were being disrespectful one night to my friend, who was the bartender for the Adoba Hotel. So here's how the story goes. So let me get real caught up real quick. Yeah, all right. So I subbed you, and then everything. Then Dean said, "Hey, hi." All right. So here's the true story of what happened. So actually, I shut my other fucking live stream off to tell a story. By the way, guys. So my friend is bartending one night at a Double Hotel, and the Detroit Lions, like I said, they practiced across the highway, which is the Southfield Freeway. They practiced across the street in Dearborn, Michigan, not Detroit. They practiced in Detroit or Dearborn, and they decided to have some drinks. So they came to the Adobo Hotel, which they commonly did, and they came in one night, and there's like a bar full of people, which I'm not accustomed to, because it's like at this time of night, it's kind of like business people, that kind of thing. Well, these like 6 or 8 dudes that are big as fucking goddamn barns come in, and they're being kind of shitty to my friend. And like I said, these guys are Detroit Lions linemen, like offensive line, defensive line, and they're being actually like quite disrespectful to her. And then out of nowhere, some dude with like missing like a tooth in like a weird accent goes, "Hey boy, you might want to try speaking to that girl with like some respect, yeah." And the Lions were like, "Who the fuck are you gonna tell me nothing?" And the guy goes, "Hey, just treat the girl with respect," is all I'm trying to say. What the Lions didn't know was that guy that said that was part of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Toronto Maple Leafs were staying in the hotel that night. That's an NHL hockey team, if you guys don't know who they are. Well, like I said, there was like 6 to 8 Lions that night, but there was like 29 fucking Toronto Maple Leafs. And these guys in the bar thought these goofy looking white dudes were just a bunch of bitches. And they just, it gets a little better. So, like I said, no, this is a really good fucking story. Like I said, I know the bartender. It didn't make the fucking news. It was that fucking bad. So, like I said, a guy comes up and he goes, "Hey, boy, you want to start treating with some respect?" A. Like, A. It's always A. If you're in Detroit and you hear someone say A, they're like, "Where the fuck are you from? You're not from Detroit." Because no one says, like, I say A, like, if you're from south of Detroit, you might kind of say A. It's kind of like an A. But no, he said, like, A. He goes, "Treat her with some respect, A." And the guy got, like shitty with him, the guy at the bar. And he just was like, I don't think I want to do that, bro. Hey, she's a good girl. Treat her with some respect. And she said from that point, all the Lions, like 6 of them, like stood up. They're like, these guys, like I said, they're like 300 pounders. These are linemen. And when they stood up, the whole bar stood up. And they were like, whoa. She goes, like, they like stood back, like, who the fuck are these guys? Like 20 plus guys stood up, and they're all like 6 foot plus, 6'4", 6'5", whatever. And she said the funniest thing was they're missing teeth, a lot of them. And the football players don't know what the fuck that means. And to her, she just goes, "Oh, holy shit, these are hockey players." And a really bad fist fight broke out. And I mean, like, really bad. Like, it was so bad. The actual Dearborn police got called, which is, Dearborn is where, like, Ford Motor Company is, and, like, the Fords own, like, the Lions and all that shit. A bad fist fight broke out. I mean, like, 20-30 on, like one kind of thing. And, like, they fought them right out into, like, where, like, the cars come through. Like the, what are the, whatever the fuck it's called. I can't remember what it's called right now. But no, a really bad fist fight broke out. Like a lot of police came. And the Ford family has so much power in our area, it never made the fucking news. But my friend actually saw a full-on savage beatdown between the NFL and the NHL. And the NHL didn't care. And the NFL thought they were better than they were. And the NHL fucked them up so fucking bad, dude. Like, they had no idea what it meant when dudes stood up with, like, no fucking teeth. And nobody got arrested. Hell fucking no, you don't get arrested as a Detroit Lion. It doesn't happen in Detroit. Especially in Dearborn. That's where they practice, like I said. Alright, so, Funny and Simple says, the reason is, my friend will love you. He's a master sure can. Oh, yeah, we read that. Yeah, that's right on, man. And then, Funny and Simple said, please tell me that those Maple Leafs, nobody got. No, hell no. Nobody got arrested and never even made the fucking news, dude. Like, literally, the Maple Leafs wiped the floor with the Detroit Lions. Like, they didn't stand a chance. And I tell this story to this day. And, like, every time I tell this fucking story to someone from Detroit, they just go, hey, those boys from Toronto Seven had no fucking teeth, yeah? And I'm like, yep. And they're like, and they had no clue. And I'm like, nope. And they're like, God bless those boys that stood up. Like, basically, that kind of thing. This is just reminding me of that bar fight scene from Cool Runnings. Yeah, basically, yes. Yeah. Basically that. And then funny and insightful says that must have bruised more than their faces. According to my friend that was waiting on them that night, she said it was like the most savage beating she's ever seen in her life. I don't know what happened officially, but all I can say is the NFL had no idea what the NHL was capable of that night. And like I said, like when it comes to the NHL, they're not little. Those guys are big. They're big like NFL guys. They're just big in a different way. And yeah, that's a very true story. It cannot be substantiated because they would not allow it to be reported. Like when it happened at the Adobe Hotel, it's right. Like I said, it's right off like Southfield Freeway. It's like a Southfield and Rotunda. You could look it up. Like it happened. Like I know the girl, and no, like the Ford family like came flying in that night and was like, "Do not put this shit in the papers," and like, dude, it was fucked up. But the Toronto Maple Leafs destroyed the Detroit Lions over disrespecting my friend. Like beat them into the ground. Bad, really bad. Yeah, yeah, it was honestly like all I can say is like football guys are tough. Don't get me wrong, but hockey players are very underestimated. Yeah, they put a severe beating on those guys. And then they went and played the Detroit Red Wings the next day. So there's that story. But no, that's actually a real story. 100% true. Like, it's one of those, like, you can't substantiate it, but no, I know the girl that waited on them, and oh yeah, 100% true. Yeah, the Lions got their asses whooped that night, and I am a huge Lions fan. Nope, they got wrecked. They got put into the beating ground. Yeah, oh yeah, they got their asses whooped. Like I said, they got their asses whooped so bad. The Ford family said, "Do not put this in the papers." Like, this could have been like some heroic story. Nope. The Canadians came in and whooped their ass. All right, and then Shy Weed Demon says, if it is really a professional hockey team and this is happening, then it would be in the news. Oh my god, I just told you why it wouldn't be. You hate to know the Fords have that much power, don't you? Because they do. The Fords own the Detroit Lions. You don't get anything past the Fords. And then Fighting Itself says, they also have a lot of injuries while playing, don't they? Broken bones and pulled out teeth. Every hockey player has. Every hockey team has. That's the joke is like I said, when I tell this story to people that like know old time hockey, they go, "Oh God, yeah, I bet them boys stood up. They were like missing teeth when they smiled, yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, oh yeah." These guys, and my friend said like missing front teeth, missing side teeth. Hockey players we just miss. Well, I shouldn't say we. They miss teeth. That's just all there is to it. So Shea Whittam says, "I'm Dutch." Oh God, I'm from Detroit, bruv. Detroit will quiet things if it's in their favor, and they will do that by the power of the Ford family. That's it. That's like, but no, that's a real story. It happened. You don't have to believe me. Actually, I don't care if you believe me because it did. Because I know the girl it happened to, and this girl don't tell a lot of fucking lies. But no, the Toronto Maple Leafs defended her against the Detroit Lions. I actually shut off my other live feed to tell the story because it was actually that legit, and I would never want her to lose her job. I don't know if she works there anymore, but hey, it comes down to it. No, reality is often stranger than fiction. And the Dutch are definitely not those to decide what is fiction or reality. Because you guys dress in bright fucking orange. Alex Susan, how the battle spoon turn out? It's actually in the house. I will be finishing my bastard here soon. It's that battle spoon has put me to my paces. Funny and Simple says, I've let my friend know about it. He's an Atlanta guy, and he's involved in a lot of channels that deal with swords, knives, and blade, martial arts. I stopped, but Actually, what's his name by chance? I know a couple makers in Atlanta that are really fucking good makers, actually. But he does not know the story. I promise he does not know the story about the Detroit Red Wings because that's like Detroit folklore at this point. All right, and funny and insightful says I love my oh god, I can't ever reach it right. Funny stuff. The Shuriken Zone is his. Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah, Shurikens, man. That's one of them things. Like I learned about them when I was a kid. Like in like when I was a kid growing up in America, we had like these like really cool magazines, and we're like, you can only get these magazines if you like know somebody. And I thought that was true or not, probably not, but it was still really fun. It was still really cool, and they had like a lot of shurikens and stuff like that, and they'd always like hint at like incendiary shurikens. I said his forge name, not his name. It's not that like I'll be honest. Like I'm carrying a gun on me right now. Like we're not that secretive in America. Like you can't see it, but I got a gun right here. It's okay. We can talk about names. Like I'm showing you my gun for God's sakes. I will get my AK if you want me to get my AK. Sometimes we gotta just be American. Don't trust me with an SK. SKS or an AK. But no, we're actually not that. We're actually not that cryptic in America. Um, we have them. It's what we do. But no, I you know. Right, so Alex Dean says, actually, Eagles, Eagles. I saw a bald eagle over my fucking neighborhood today. God, did it feel good? I felt like a damn red-blooded American. It felt good. All right, and then Funny says, no, America's I want Canadians so badly to have our outlook on firearms. I want them to. I'm a stone's throw from Canada. Like literally. Like I see the dolphin. That's by the way that breaks my heart when I say it. Where I live, I'm right on the Canadian Detroit border, and when I see you can hear the dolphin. That breaks my heart. That's always a very bad sign. Um, I've I'm gonna cry tonight. Last time I did, because it was a suicide. It really hurt me. But no, like when I hear the Coast Guard dolphin fly across our border, it that one hurts me, because especially this time of night, it's a bad sign. It means someone died, and they're searching for people, and it fucking hurts. It just breaks my heart because there's been some very sad deaths that have happened along this border. Um, anyway, but yeah, but America, fuck yeah, dude. Like, hey, like I said, we love our guns, we love our freedom. It's the way we are. It's nothing against anyone, but I want Canadians to have it. I want Mexicans to have it. I want fucking Scandinavians to have it. I want the fucking Middle East is all about AKs. You guys get really nice AKs. I'm jealous of the AKs you get. Womp womp. I agree. Layton Barr over on TikTok says womp womp. I agree, dude. It sucks. We cannot get the AKs they get, the SKS they get. You guys get damn good SKS in Canada. We can't get them in America. You guys get North Korean shit. North Korean shit is really good. I got Chinese, and I love my Chinese shit. And then I got American. And then in America, we love our pit bulls and pew pews. Yay, man. Firearms all day, dude. You know what? To be completely honest, my dogs are a Japanese Shiba Inu and a Beagle Manchester Terrier. So my dogs are not like. Well, my Shiba Inu is really a badass, but she's like 20 pounds. So like, what is 20 pounds in badassery? She's a savage though. God, are they fucking smart and defiant though? Like I had a border collie, and they're really smart. Like everyone says, like border collies like the brain surgeon, and I'll agree to that. But I will say that the Shiba Inu, they surpassed the border collie because they're defiant. And then Lane Barr says, "Why do you look like that?" What do I look like? I assume it offends you. Tell me what you think. What I look like means to you. All right, so yeah, no. When it comes down to it, We like shit dangerous. We're Americans, man. We're fucking crazy. Actually, so one of my favorite liquor store guys, he's from Iraq, and he just goes, "Oh, you Americans go, you're crazy. You're all fucking crazy." I like you though. Anyway, 1525. Like, I love it. There is no punches pulled. He's like your friend until he's not. I'm with it. And then Truth Hurts says, "What are you smoking?" This is actually my personal favorite daily smoke. This is called a Maker's Choice from CigarBig.com. My absolute favorite. Their vanilla is my absolute favorite. This is my second favorite, and this is an everyday smoke. I've had a lot of cigars at this point, and this is the one that, like, it meets like the daily quota. And like my friend who's a cigar snob, who interested me or introduced me to cigars. This is the one he actually got me in, or he actually got me into, and he came over like last summer and tried this. He actually was fucking impressed. That's cool when a cigar snob is impressed by like an everyday smoke, because everyday smokes are kind of lower budget, solid smoke right here. Cigar Bed, Maker's Choice, really good. Don't pay over $14 a pack though. I won't personally. For Michigan, the excise tax is actually $14 plus $4. The excise is $4.05. I won't do that. Reach out. And these fucking matches tonight, my god. These matches have actually been burning out a lot. Let's see if they'll stay lit. Alright, we're good. And then over on TikTok, Brad Ford Marg, I don't know how to say your name. Partagas. I like Partagas. Partagas. Partagas is actually not a bad brand. I'm actually a big fan. They're legit. Yeah, like I said, I think I have to do with the Maker's Choice. It's it's a really good stick. It is a sweet tip, which some sweet tips, I'll be completely honest, are, in my opinion, really bad. Some taste like, to put it lightly, like a burned sugar. And then Bradford says, "Used to smoke the puros indios belicoso." I've not had a lot of puros, to be completely honest. I've actually not had a lot of like expansive taste. Um, my favorite so far is Nicaragua, but Dominicans do hold their weight most of the time, so to speak. Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, really. Like, it's like, I think I think it's Nicaraguan Bolivar. I think it's Cuban seeds, and it's anyway. Bolivar, good stick, very good. All right, so yes, I have had Camacho over here on TikTok. I have Bradford asking, have you tried Camacho? I've had blue and red Camacho, and I'll say this: I owe them another chance, because when I had them, they were not bad. I'll say this: they were not bad. You could tell they were a premium cigar, but I need to give them a better shot and let them rest a little longer before I give them a shot. That's where actually I stand on Camacho. But no, Camachos can, as far as I understand, hit really well. I don't know. I'd like to give it a chance later in life. But like I said, like, give it more chance to like rest. That's really what it comes down to for me. Like I said, with these Dominicans I smoke daily, or my daily smoke, if I would like to call it that, because I can't always get them to where I can smoke them daily. I couldn't get them. God, I couldn't get them for like 6 months, and that was kind of unfortunate, to be completely honest, because like my local store, like Wild Bill's Tobacco, their daily smoke is actually okay. It's just okay though. It's I don't know. It's just like not my favorite vibe. But these, I don't know what it is about them, but these are fucking good. But it does seem like the Dominicans are really kicking tail on the cigar market. But the interesting thing is, Cuba is the largest importer of tobacco right now in the world. and Cuba is importing from Dominican and Nicaragua. So like Cuban cigars that you're getting at this point in time are really they're sparse. They're really not very Cuban. And I have had real Cubans, and they were good. I'll give you that. They were the thing that was really great about the like actual Cuban was they were very clean. And what was different from them versus like what I like a Dominican or like a Nicaraguan was is they were way cleaner than both of them, and that to me is its own like relevance. But to what ends, it's kind of a toss up. Partagas does have good smokes. My favorite Partagas cigar is actually a Leyenda. I think it's called Leyenda, Leyenda. Yeah, good cig. Actually, those have been hard to get as well. Actually, on Cigar Bin, I've never seen those actually at a cigar shop. No, actually, I have not seen them at a cigar shop. But the Partagas Leyenda, that's a good stick. I'm a big fan. I usually smoke one every New Year's. I didn't this year, but it is actually a really solid stick. And then Alex Dean says best cigar manufacturing in the United States. Actually, I don't have that answer. I wish I did, because I don't have enough experience. I will say this: there is a cigar called I got one actually. Hang on, let me move my stuff. And I think it's actually a I think it's kind of a racket. I don't actually think they're that good because there is God, what the hell is it called? There's an Italian brand that actually does the hang on one second. There it is. So this is called Kentucky Fire Cure. It's like genuine muad. Actually, let's like all right, hang on. Hang on. It's kind of chintzy to show it that way. So, Kentucky Fire Cured Muat. And these are actually not a bad cigar, to be completely honest. Yeah, it's a Drew Estate, exactly. I love Drew Estate, especially their acids. But this is the most overpriced cigar I've had probably to date. They are not worth it. I'll have to go in a cigar shop and find the one that I am most like into that's like the Kentucky Fire Cured. But this is not worth its weight in gold. It's not worth its money at all. All right, so we got. Hang on a second. So we got. Okay. Oh, so I had a lag and shit right now. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so. Some Americans, that's Canadian. We said we love our pit bulls and Pew. And then Truth Hurt says, "What are you smoking tonight?" And then Alex Dean says, "Best cigar manufacturer." Okay, yeah, like seriously, I need to get a little bit more into it. I I do want to get more into like I think I'm gonna start like a cigar channel, honestly, because I really do like cigars. I love the cigar culture. I love the cigar life, and I don't like cigars like this having the propensity they have. I just don't think they're worth what they are sold for. They are always a good smoke, like in construction and stuff like that. But like, I don't think they're as good as the ones I gotta find. I gotta find them again, and when I find them, I can never remember the name. I'll have to like bring them on and show you guys. But it to me, they taste the exact same. They cost like a third of the price for like. No, I think it's like half the price of what one of these costs. I think this is a Muat Fat Bottom Betty. Anyway, they're not. They're just not that good. They aren't. Let's see. TikTok says. Let's see. All right, I'm trying, guys, to get with messages. Okay, we're good. All right, then. All right, and then Alex says, "What all do you stream on?" I stream on typically YouTube. Currently TikTok and YouTube right now, but I like do YouTube. I'll do like Instagram, like Facebook. I like jump around between those four, but that's like my main my main bag. Who is trying to go live right now? Elise Maru wants to go live. Why do you want to go live? All right, Elise, why do you want to go live? Tell me why you want to go live. Give me a good reason why to go live, and I might go live with you. Giving me hearts ain't gonna fucking want me to go live, dude. That's a fucking lame ass thing to do. That's like what like desperate ass straight girls do. I'm not a desperate straight girl. Why do you want to go live? Tell me. Give me a fucking like resume. Come on. Don't send me hearts. These fucking matches. My God. All right. So. Okay. So. Elise Maru, why do you want to go live? Yeah, I said your name, but I don't know why. Why would I want to go live with you? Hearts don't do anything for me, dude. God damn, fuck it. Do you think American women are that damn easy, especially gay women? My God. Alright, and then Alex Dean says, just a Stogie stream, or are you working on anything in the shop tonight? Today is, God, it's, no, I'm not working on anything. I'm just like, having just kind of having fun. That's it. I guess it's just a Stogie stream. This cigar is actually seen better days. It's actually, the funny thing about it is, it's actually not a bad cigar, even though it's still like seen better days. What time is it? God, it's almost 11:15. Holy cow. Every now and again I get someone that's like really cool that wants to go live. Not always, but sometimes. And they're usually from like Nigeria. And then we talk soccer, and it's freaking awesome. Because I love to play soccer. Well, I used to love playing soccer. And tonight, they just want to go live. They want to go live for no reason. Last time I went live with a Nigerian, they were like this absolute brick shit house of a human. Like the absolute like paradigm of what humans should be. They just like really fit neck. And we like talked BS to each other about who was the better soccer player. Like he was definitely the better soccer player, but it was so much fun to talk a game with them. But yeah, when it comes down to it, like my lives are not always like making streams. A lot of them are, most of them. But like there are times where I just want to like talk with you guys. You know what I mean? Like it's just like just kind of like have some fun and talk to people from around the world. Like I said, like the Nigerians. Nigerians are so much fun because they like to like they like to like poke fun at each other. At least in my experiences, but they're so fucking polite, and I'm just like, damn, you guys are polite. Like I just want to like be kind of mean tonight. And they're like, no, but Rachel, I'm just so nice. And then I'm just like, you are. And then like we'll talk like really philosophical stuff, and it's really cool. And when I get that chance, it's fucking cool. Like I love talking to people from around the world, and I blame it on playing soccer from when I was a kid because the people I grew up playing soccer with, they were from literally around the world. And I got very lucky in the 90s because there was a lot of tumultuous stuff. So a lot of people came to America as refugees and they played soccer and they brought their kids and oh, it was so cool and I miss it so much. And the new wave right now is Nigerians, and the Nigerians they like to talk crap to each other, kind of, but they're very polite. They're so polite. I just want them to be like Italians, where they're kind of mean, like the French, where they're kind of mean, and the Nigerians they're always just they're so polite. I'm just like, could you just kind of be mean for once? And they're like, no, we don't do that. It's just not our thing. And it's rad to see a culture where they're like, no, we're just polite. All right, so respect. Do you have a favorite football club? So yes, I do. Detroit City Football Club, DCFC as it's called. It actually, my favorite player that ever played for Detroit City Football Club was from Nigeria. Oh my god, was he a fucking paradigm? And the next best team they ever played, I believe, was from Nashville, Tennessee. And Nashville had, I think was it like two midfielders and like one forward. These guys, I don't know what it is with Nigerian DNA. They're like superhumans. Like they be running alongside these guys, and the Nigerians would like be gaining on them, just literally just gaining on them, and they could not keep up with them. And it was really amazing to see these guys just rock the house. And yep, DCFC, that's my team all day, every day. I will not sing the city song unless you tell me to, because I do miss singing the song. No, I won't sing the song. But no, it is a really fun song. Actually, in Detroit, they have Detroit has Chelsea, Manchester, and Liverpool. I think support club. I always thought that was pretty cool. We can have it all the way over here. But no, we actually have like support bars that are in nooks and crannies of Detroit that are legit like support clubs. And actually, DCFC colors are the colors of like Ravenclaw from like Harry Potter. And like, there have been years where my girlfriend was actually out handing out candy for Halloween, and she had her Ravenclaw, not Ravenclaw, sorry, her DCFC scarf on, and like the little kids would come in for like Halloween, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, are you a Ravenclaw?" And she'd go, "Yes, I am." And it was like it made like a really cool thing because we're like super Potter nerds. We're both Ravenclaws, but we like took it in stride with the kids, and like I said, our scarves look like Ravenclaw scarves. One night I'll have to go get them and bring them out here and show you guys, but they look like straight up Ravenclaw. But no, DCFC is we call them Le Rouge. That's what we call our team, and they're Rouge and Gold. Actually, we were season ticket holders for 2 seasons. Yeah, 2 seasons. I played for 17 years, or 15. I played for 15 years sanctioned, but 17 years with like beer league. But no, I did play. Actually, I was a goalkeeper, and I was a striker. I was a good goalkeeper. I'm only 5'3", but I could fucking jump really high. But yeah, no, I did play soccer for a long time. Oh, city, yours and mine forever. This bond is made of blood and bone. La Rouge, I'll never love another. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, yeah, that's Detroit all day. Yo, Tella says, hi. What's up, dude? But no, Detroit City Football Club, like, if you ever come to Detroit, if you can put politics aside, come to a DCFC game, man. It's worth it. They have a whole march into the stadium. These guys light up the neighborhood. And they do it completely like no money. It's completely volunteer. We just love our city. But yeah, no, I got the DCFC flag on the front of my house all day. It's literally on my front porch, like strapped to my fucking front porch. And no, like I have a DCFC like dedicated wall in my study, like where all my typewriters are and all that shit. No, like we're hardcore DCFC. Don't get me wrong. We're like in Detroit, we call it like city games. Like we call them city or La Rouge, but like no, like city hardcore all day. Oh yeah. All right, and someone says, "Have you ever been to?" Or Alex Dean says, "Have you ever been to the Detroit?" Oh yes, yes, absolutely. Okay, so I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and going to the DIA, as we call it, the Detroit Institute of Arts. We call it the DIA. Yes, I have been there many times, backwards and forwards. Their weapons room is divine. Oh my god, their armory is divine. Oh yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the DIA. Um, I can say this: if you've been there and you've not been across the street to the Detroit Public Library, oh my gosh, that is like I've been to very nice like museums across the country, but the DIA is great. Don't get me wrong, but the Detroit Public Library across the street, holy cow, that place is amazing, amazing. To say it very lightly, like I will always sing for Detroit. I will always praise our city, and our library is so beautiful. It honestly it is. Like I said, like someday I hope to start like hosting like tours of Detroit because I love my city so much. And I would love to take people to like the places like I view as what are like the great places of our city. I just think we have so much art here. We have so much love, and we've gone through some hard times. Don't get me wrong, but man, oh, I love Detroit so much. And then we got Alex Dean says, I've never been to the library, but have heard great things. I'll have to add it to my bucket list. It is honestly like, if you've been to the DIA, hang on, let me get some water. If you've been to the DIA, which is on like the east side of Woodward, and then you like look across the street, that's actually the Detroit like the main Detroit Public Library. Man, dude, it's just like for one, it's our entire history of Detroit. Like literally, like they have addresses, homes, everything. Like of every person that's ever lived in Detroit over the past probably like 200-300 years, and then on top of that, all of these like neighborhood like shifts and whatnot, and like address changes. They have all that information. Like Marvin Gaye. You might have heard of the guy from Motown, Marvin Gaye. One of my fucking musical heroes. You know what's going on? What's going on? He lived in Detroit. He's not from Detroit, but he lived in Detroit, and they have stuff, real stuff from him in the library, not the DIA, but the library across the street. And his house is just a regular house down the street. That's why I said like I'd love to take people like on like this like tour and just like I have a whole idea of how I want to do it. I don't know, but either way, you've been to the DIA. That's cool enough for me, man. That's good enough for me. But even like beyond like the DIA, which is great, don't get me wrong, but we have the DIA, we have historical neighborhoods, we have these historical graveyards. We just it like every city in the Rust Belt, you know, it's not just Detroit, but Detroit was the honeypot. Detroit is the cradle of life of North America. But honestly, I do plan to someday hope I could lead a tour that's like people like I want to be able to have a tour that's really exciting in Detroit and show why I love Detroit. But I'll be right back. Bathroom break. So pause. Gotta get out of my chamber first. Let's do I shall return. That is some cold weather out there. Holy cow. Okay. It is cold out there. God, it takes no prisoners. Hi. Ah. Okay. Okay. Ah, God, it is fucking cold. It's definitely time for a hot bath when I go in. That's really cool, though. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like coughing so much. I think I'm coming down with something because I've been like drinking a lot of water, and it's like working, but like only so much. When it comes down to it, to hear that there's someone that actually has like interest in Detroit, because Detroit has its problems. Don't get me wrong, but Detroit has like so much good. And I have absolutely had problems in Detroit in my life. Don't get me wrong, like bad problems, because it just what it was what it was. It's unfortunate, but I don't hold that against the whole city. All right, so Alex Dean says best size shape brand for those new to. Okay, so that's a really good question. So let me find them. Oh, if I don't have any out here, I'm gonna be a really sad panda. I don't. I think I have the. Okay, so if you're new to cigars, so my daily smoke is called a Maker's Choice Petite Corona. A little cold, by the way. But this is actually a Petite Corona. It looks bigger than it is. It's actually not that big. But if you can actually like get into it, my personal thoughts. There's a brand called Game Leaf Cheroot. Give those a shot. And when it comes down to it, I like cheroot size. I like Lancero. Lancero is like cheroot width, but like 6 or 7 inches long, sometimes 5. But no, I think Petite Corona is a good one. Don't go into Churchill. Churchill is a length. It's 7 inches. But like my favorite dimension. So when it comes down to what that for me for cigars is actually like thickness. And my favorite when it comes down to cigars is actually not length, it's width. And my favorite width, I don't like to go above 50. 50 is ring gauge, and 50 ring gauge is my favorite. So like 33 to like 50, 54 is really pushing it, but that's my favorite by far. Like those like really fat like stogies, that actually was not a thing. That's a very modern thing. Um, in the Lancero, like that, like I said, like 38 or like 33 to like 54. That's like what I consider like perfection. But like when it comes down to it, I'm going away from even Robusto, which is like 50 by 54, which is 50 is like diameter, um, and then 54 is length, and I'm even getting away from that. I'm actually going more towards thinner cigars. That's just my taste though. And I do not believe Cubans are the best, by the way. I think Cubans are just ho hum. The best cigar I've ever had was actually a Nicaraguan, and it was a Bolivar. And I think Bolivars are still probably the best I've ever had. with a good rest and a rest. And cigars means, man. There's actually a big misnomer. Yellow IV says, without getting political, what is your favorite dinner? All right, so without getting political, how does having a favorite dinner make you political? Let me ask you that before I answer. So, all right, before I answer your question, how does having a favorite dinner make anything political? All right, and but no, when it really comes down to it, like Lance Sarro is my favorite. I think Lance Sarro is like 38, but like 38 by like 7, and 7 means like inches, like 5, 6, 7. I think he's like a 5.0, 5.5. That's actually like inch in length, but that's actually my favorite. And I would love to know how favorite dinner is political. I don't know how to block people on YouTube yet, so like I'm still putting up with like really weird questions. But if I could block that, I probably would. I just don't know how to block it. Because my whole vibe of my channel, like why I started Forge Le Femme, was literally just to be able to reach out to those that are not only makers, but those that appreciate makers, and those that want to bring politics into it. I don't give a fuck what your political stance is. And like I literally don't care. At all. I'm not into it. Don't bring it here. So, if you enjoy 33s, my favorite around that spectrum is actually a brand called Erin Go Bra. And they're kind of hard to find right now. But Erin Go Bra Irish Cream cigarillos, that's what they call them. And there's a brand, I can't remember what it's called, but that one was actually really quite a good cigarillo. But they have Irish cream, and it comes in a box like Erin Go Bra does. The downside is, it's easier to block people on TikTok than it is YouTube. I don't even know how to fucking block this guy. Like I had someone earlier coming in saying some goofy shit. I'm not going to say what they were saying, but they were definitely trying to get a rise out of me, and I just kept responding in the most vanilla way possible because I don't care about your politics. I really don't. Like, right now, right here, I don't care what side you stand on because I know what side I stand on, and I stand on the side of freedom and guns because I fucking carry guns all day, every day. But don't bring your politics to my channel unless you're for freedom and liberty, man. I don't care. I just don't do it. Come on, there's better things in life to worry about. I make fucking battle spoons and walking sticks and weird ass fucking shit like this. No, I'm not partisan. Don't try and pigeonhole me like that. I really hate that. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm hooked to a fucking medical pump 24/7. I don't want to hear about your politics. It's what it. I got better things to worry about than your fucking politics, man. Come on. And I still can't figure out how to block fucking yellow IV, Mr. fucking Lemonade, electrolytes. Oh god, you're going in timeout. I think that's what I can do to you. I can actually put you in timeout. Go away. 24 hours minimum? Sure, let's do it. Fuck off, dude. God, I hate when people bring in bullshit like that. Just stop for 5 seconds. Come to my channel. Be away from politics. Let's talk about handmade. Let's talk about cigars. Apparently I got cigar smoking friends, and that's cool. That is actually my favorite part about my channel. Is like that was like the most unexpected win. Was y'all like cigars? Like some of y'all like really like cigars, and like you're talking about like you like 33s. If someone says they like 33s, I might be like, that's what's up, dude. Like, you literally know, like, cigar lingo. No, I'm cool with that. But I'm a little sad I don't actually have my national roots. Oh, well, I guess it is what it is. Oh, yeah, by the way, Lemon IV or whatever your name was, Yellow IV, yeah, you're on timeout. You can't comment no more. Not everything needs to be a fucking stage. Sometimes we just like to make shit and talk about it. That's it. That is it. And that pisses people off, and I'm okay with that. But man, I just want to like get along with people. So on that note, have some fucking shortbread. Yeah, it's almost midnight anyway, so we're good. Although I gotta say, YouTube is the weirdest thing I go live on because they come out here. If I'm smoking a cigar, they like hit me up for that. If I am talking about the sky is blue, they tell me the sky is green. Why? Like, what the hell, dude? Like, what is going on in your life that you're so pissed off at everything? Actually, I gotta make some more shortbread because I'm out. All the shortbread I made for Christmas, I gave away, and it's gone. And I tried 2 different thicknesses, and I learned that there's actually like a thickness that's actually like more delectable than the other, and the one that's still hanging out is the one that's like not as delectable. It's good, but it's not the same. It's like a it's more biscuit like, I guess you could put it. The thick stuff I made, it was like closer to like an inch thick. That's what my like Doric brother-in-law was like a fan of. Doric is people in Scotland, and he was a fan of my shortbread. And to find out a native Scot from the land where my shortbread comes from, not just like Scotland, but like his cultural like region, respected it. That was a fucking cool thing to experience. All right, and then Alex Dean says, "Thanks for all the good content and streams. I enjoy tuning in when I see your live." Hey, Sancha, I might actually do a shortbread stream. We'll see. We'll see. But I gotta stay a little longer. So, Sancha, health. Have a good night. This is really good right now, too. Downside is it's fucking crumbly. This cigar's still stuck. Yeah, I don't usually cut my cigars. I usually actually bite them. This is like, I don't know how to explain it, but like when you bite it in a certain way, when you get used to like biting them, it does like pull off like a good chunk, but it's like the right chunk. Okay. Alright, where are you guys out of tonight? Because I'm actually pretty cold. And I'm out of Detroit. It's frigid as fuck. I'm having some fun. And I'm smoking, excuse me, one of my daily smokes, which just came back in stock, which I'm really, like, honestly, like, really excited about. So that's where I'm at right now. It's cold sometimes. Holy shit. More shortbread. If you guys have never had real Scottish shortbread, I challenge you to find your recipe. I will not give my family's, but this one is really good, to be completely honest. This is like the shortbread they really have in Scotland. Not like Walker's. Walker's is like English butter biscuit. I don't know, but it's not the same. Which it actually is good, but it's not the shortbread I grew up with. I will say that. And Lila just joined the feed. Hi, how's it going? I'm indulging in some shortbread that I made over Christmas. I let it age almost a month. And Scottish shortbread actually does really good if it gets a chance to age. Like my grandma always thought like the best way to have shortbread was actually like 2-3 months aged. I like it fresh personally, but to each their own. But hey. And then Pedro says, "Are you in a fishing shack?" You could call it that. No, it's not. It is a workspace, but it is not a fishing shack. Those are just like walking sticks I made behind me. And that is a 2x72 grinder. But no, it's not a fishing shack. I wish it could be. I mean, I'm on the Detroit River, but I ain't fishing that right now. That is a raging river right now. It's pissed off. There are ice fishermen out there, but they're braver than I am. Way braver than I am. My feet are actually getting cold. Wow. This doesn't always happen out here. But no, that's right now. They're actually getting legit cold. Where are you guys actually coming out of tonight, by the way? Like, every now and again, some of the lurkers will actually say, like, where they're coming out of. And then sometimes they're actually coming from my backyard. Sometimes they're coming from Nigeria. Sometimes they're coming from Argentina. We got Spain. I had Brazil a few times. I don't get them very often, but it's cool to talk to Brazilians. Because they, like, Brazilians love to talk about food. Like, love to talk about food. Edmonton. The Oilers. Mark Messier. One of the greatest of all time. Actually, I think the Oilers were the first team that Wayne Gretzky played for before he went to the LA Kings. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. You don't even know Mark Messier? How old are you by chance? Pedro. But your name's Pedro. What, do you play hockey? I know not everybody does. It's just crazy when you meet someone from Edmonton who's like, and that's when, yeah, Gretzky, yeah, okay. Man, when I was a kid watching Wayne Gretzky play on the ice, that was an amazing thing. I actually never got to see Wayne Gretzky play live. I got to see like a lot of greats, but never Gretzky. But I watched him as a kid. Like when I was a kid, I didn't even realize he was like, the great one. Not until way past my youth. And now that I am, an adult, it was amazing to see this guy play. And currently I'm battling something, I think. I'm not sure, but at a point in time where it is cold up here. Nice. I'm in my 50s, not really huge into hockey, prefer soccer, boxing, and MMA. Soccer, okay. I played soccer for 15 years. Technically 17, but 15 years competitively. And boxing, I did box for a little while. I actually boxed with an international kickboxing champion, and I did MMA before it was MMA. because I was born in 1983, so I'm early 40s. But I actually never got into the competitive side of boxing. But what I can say about boxing was, because like I've done boxing, I've done American kickboxing, I've done Krav Maga. Those are like the things I have done, and massage therapy, which by the way, believe it or not, that plays immensely into martial arts. God, I gotta be coming down with something because I don't need this much water this often. All right, so Pedro, because I'm originally from Portugal, been here since childhood. Well, Portugal, that is a very interesting place. You guys have very beautiful architecture, and I am actually out of Detroit. Detroit, Michigan. Why did Detroit? There is no way you're actually hot enough right now. Okay, apparently it is. Seems cold there. If it's cold here, it's definitely cold in Edmonton. Is like really cold. You guys get like Edmonton is like savage compared to Detroit. That's all I can say. And it is currently 50 degrees in my workspace. Fahrenheit. That's pretty wild though. You never heard of Mark Messier. They actually retired his jersey number in like 2020 or something like that. Mark was one good hockey player, to put it lightly. But to say it seems cold here versus Edmonton, oh god, it's almost like a sauna compared to Edmonton. Well, like right now, actually, I don't know right now. Right now, I think we're at like 11 degrees or something like that. What puts you at like, god, like negative 15 or something in Edmonton degrees. The hell is that? No, the coughing is actually from dehydration, I think, or actually, I think it's coming up with an illness. But with the cigars and how they ash, I'm still trying to figure that out. I have not found a way to like be like ash free. I'm still trying to figure that out. Like sometimes I'll be like, yeah, rocking in the free will have like a like an inch and a half, and then other times it's like a half an inch and like fall all over me. Like I said, that's really wild that you're from Edmonton. Never heard of Mark Messier. Mark Messier is like he's so badass and so legendary that like if you said the name Messier in Edmonton, as far as I understand it, you will drink for free the whole night. Mark was really good. The guy was fearless. He was tough, and that guy could play. Like every team has like their enforcers and whatnot, but like Mark had like all of it. That guy was just a badass. And that's really wild. Like I said, you never heard of him because like when they retired his jersey, it was like a big deal across just like sports at all. Okay, and on TikTok, Shivro says, what is that cigar? This is a Maker's Choice from Cigar Bed Sweet Tip, and it's a Dominican, but it's not a Dominican like thoroughbred. It is pretty close. Like majority of it is Dominican, not all of it, but it's a good stick nonetheless. Whatever your name is, says, I wish I had one right now. To be honest, these are actually really good. They come in packs of 25, and you get them from cigarbid.com. And like I said, they're called Maker's Choice. They have sweet tip, and then they have vanilla. To be completely honest, they're honestly like legit. Like they're really like legit. Like my friend that got me into cigars, he's a really big cigar snob, and I offered him one of these when he came over here recently, and he actually was so into it. He smoked this into like the nub. I mean, like the nub, not like liked it so much that when he went home, he lit one up when he had a bonfire with his kids, and he sent me a picture, and he was like, "Dude, these are like damn legit smokes." Like I said, he didn't even finish it. Like he like went beyond finishing it. Like he went well beyond his normal smoking length. Like a lot of like there's cigar smokers that like put them like in like a pipe and like finish them that way. He don't even smoke pipes. He just finished this thing like all the way down to the nether regions, and that was really cool to see. Like the guy that like introduced me to cigars at like my everyday, he legitimately like respected it, and it was just kind of like a fist bump kind of moment. And over here on YouTube, so Pedro, do you guys have like what is your industry up there? Diamond mines. That's what I heard you guys do. I'm always interested in like what people do for industry. I don't have like a lot of things to talk about, but industry is one thing I'm interested in across the board. But I heard Edmonton is actually into diamonds. Is that true? I think my heater died on me. Oh my god, it did. Oh boy. If my heater died, that really sucks. Because it's like my only heat source out here. Oh boy. Old friend, you've been with me for so long. Oh man. Let's see. Hang on. Oh Jesus Christ! It's like plugged in. It's falling over on me. Oh my god! I had a. Okay, that makes sense because like it actually crashed on me early. Like literally fell on me. Hang on 1 second. Might actually work. It's still very cold out here. Oh my god! The heater's working though. Sort of. There we go. Okay. Alright. I think it's working. I know like, some of you guys are like, just go to bed, it's midnight. And I'm like, no, I'm on my way. But like, I gotta like burn the midnight oil a little bit longer just to like get to bed. I don't know why. I can't go to sleep until like certain times. So I gotta like stay up a little bit longer. Actually, so over here on YouTube, you said you're into boxing and MMA and stuff. What do you actually practice in combat training? I guess you could say. I actually went to massage school with a Muay Thai master, by the way, and he was an international champion out of Lebanon. He actually lives in Beirut now, but legitimately, massage school. He was a crew when I was in massage school, but he's a Muay Thai master now, and he was an international champion Muay Thai fighter in massage school. And I mean, like, why wouldn't a massage fighter go into like, or what? Why wouldn't a Muay Thai fighter go into massage? And it was just like really, you really are? No, he really is. He's super tough. And he really embraced the parts of Americana. Like on his knuckles, he's got Muay Thai, and like right here, he's got Muay Thai, and then like on his arm or something, he's got like we the people. He's got like very pro-American tattoos, like we the people and all kinds of shit. But no, he's a very real guy, and I'm a big fan of him. And they call him Axe because the way he kicks is so hard when he comes down, it's like an axe. But that was a massage therapy classmate. I always found that to be like one of the funnier things I've ever done in life is like, yeah, well, I was in massage school with a Muay Thai master. But he's like the nicest guy, like all very highly trained martial artists are. And like I said, he is an international champion for Lebanon, and he has fought in Thailand many times and won there many times. And I remember asking what it was like in Thailand, and he's kind of big. The Lebanese are kind of big. They're like 6 foot, like 6'4", like that's like their height. I don't know why they're just gigantic dudes. And he goes, and when I went to Thailand, they're all like up to my chest. And he would get Thai massage every day. If you guys never had Thai massage, that's a very good massage. But I remember one day, because like I was doing boxing, I actually Krav Maga and boxing at the same time. And I remember like one day I decided like think I was funny and kind of like get down in my stance and like throw something in him like really funny. And he went down in his stance so quick. He goes, "I don't fuck around, man. I don't fuck around." And I remember I was just like, "Dude, you're like no joke." And his thing was always, "Don't ever kick me when I'm down, because when I get back up, you're fucked." And I always liked that about him. A massage therapist that talks that way to me, that's a badass massage therapist. At least my heater ain't broke. He dropped it like 3 times tonight. I normally don't drop this, but I don't know what happened earlier. That thing went fucking sideways. Let's see. And getting closer. Let's see. Alright, guys. Let's see. Let's try this.